plus or minus 2 to any single die. I get no reputation, but I get 2 C-bills. And it is over to you, Rusty. Let's make sure I get this right.
Flip 2 contracts.
Clan Hunter or Assault Robinson?
Let's go Clan Hunter and put Robinson back on top.
Right.
You're welcome, Brian. You owe me. You can have the contracts I don't want. I'm going to go ahead and spend a C-bill while it's still early and get my target computer up and running.
Good choice.
And let's go hunt some clans.
All right. We got a Clan Recon Star.
All right.
Or Militia Guards.
Well, we're going to go to the Clan Recon Star because it is worth plus 2 C-bills.
It is, yep.
And if I defeat any clan encounters, it's extra rep.
Yep.
I really love that piece of art.
There's a lot of really good art in here.
Yep. Recon Star
yeah, no, this is that's the cover to question the survival.
Yeah.
Looking for a 4. Got a 4.
I'm guessing you're going on.
Keep them rolling. Let's go.
All right. You have the choice.
Okay.
This is interesting, between a moral quandary and an anti-aircraft line. So with the moral quandary, you have a choice. You can either say, you have been asked by your employer, go commit this war crime, go burn down this school or whatever. You can choose either to do what they say. You lock 4 dice, but you get the MRBC censure token.
Okay.
That means basically whenever you have to flip a contract, I get to pick instead of you getting to pick.
Gotcha.
That would allow you to lock 4 dice, which wouldn't actually do very good for you right now. So I'm guessing you're going to skip the moral quandary.
Let's go fight an aircraft land.
You're like, we could burn down this village, but I want to go hunt some clanners.
Is that a 5 or a 6?
That's a 6.
6. Oh, shit. Well, they had it. 6
Doesn't really matter. Yep. Going on?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Indirect fire lance or a heavy battle lance?
Those both sound not terribly fun, but let's go to the indirect fire lance.
All right.
Because it's an even number, and I feel that makes sense.
Except that that's an odd number, but you got it anyway.
Yeah, not an. So let's go. I feel like I should probably punch out of this one.
Totally punch out of this one. Yep.
That's a smart move.
There's a lot of money here.
So, 3 C-bills base.
Uh-huh.
But because I had a clan encounter in there, that's plus 2.
I think that's it. Yep. And there's no salvage in there.
Right. But it's score plus 1 reputation if you defeat a clan encounter. If I'm not locking all the dice,
you have to complete the contract. Okay. It's only plus 1 to the contract.
It's just extra money, but
it's
still 5 C-bills.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Let's go for it.
All right.
At what point can we go shopping?
Whenever you're about to flip a contract or just have.
Okay.
So you can say, oh, hey, we're going to Robinson. Let's buy some gear from the market here.
But for now, I'll just roll around in my pile of C-bills.
You got it. Yep. All right. Oh, shoot. I did it again. Brian, now you have 3 C-bills. You want to buy something? You want to?
I would like to buy the supercharger.
Okay. So that costs 1 C-bill.
And then I would like to maintain both of these. So that's 2. So that's all my money, but I have rerolls and the bonus, right?
Yep.
So there you go.
Now that's only 1 to maintain. The lower number is maintenance.
So 1 to buy this one.
Yep.
1 to maintain each of them.
Oh no, you don't have to. When you buy,
you buy it.
You don't. Do you want to back out after this encounter?
No, we'll go with the first one and see where we go.
All right. You got an anti-aircraft lance.
Okay.
Do you want to back out after this next encounter?
No, we'll go 1 more.
All right. Clan support star.
There you go.
Well, you got 7.
Yeah.
4 and 3.
So
then
now
I want to back out of this one.
So okay. So after this one, you're backing out. Okay.
Yep.
You got it. And now you may, of course, if you lock all 3 dice on this one, you will still complete the contract. All right, militia guards, you're not locking all 3 dice on a 2.
No, but I can use that.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's plus
2.
minus 2.
So I can re-roll 2.
Yep, you can re-roll two white dice. Yep.
Okay, so I will re-roll these 2.
Okay, yep.
Oof.
No.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Oh, God. All right.
That's it.
Militia stepping up to the plate.
What do you think, Brent? Do you want to pick up where Brian left off on Robinson, or do you want your own new contract? Now,
I
of
think I
course,
want my own new contract, to be honest with you.
yep. And one other thing, of course, is that if you pick up his contract,
Yeah,
whereas, sir, you can assault Sherwood, or you can go on an infrastructure raid.
Ooh. So the black and or laser cost -1 C bills to maintain.
Yep. So it would cost one fewer C-bill to flip one over, with a minimum of one.
Okay, so there is a minimum of one.
Yes.
So it's not just infinite.
Not.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'm gonna assault Sherwood for some reason.
All right.
I don't know why, but they irritate me, and I think they need to go down.
That's reasonable. I've never been to Sherwood. All right, you got a direct fire lance. Oh. So give me the white
first
dice.
person that's lost a fight to a clan heavy star, though. Let's be honest.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's kind of the sweet spot in a
Yeah.
lot of ways for clan mates.
All right, I'm definitely going on my own contract because I want to use my thing. I can look at the top 3 cards from the equipment deck and replace one card in the black market with one of these. So clearly, I'm going with the Narc Beacon, which I will put here in place of. Let's replace the Ultra Autocannon.
Yeah, that's way too powerful.
All right, so these go away. I'm going to buy this here Narc Beacon for $3.
I'm not shocked.
And I think I want to maintain some of these things. In fact, I'm going to maintain both of these. Now, for one each. One thing I didn't mention, you can only have 4 pieces of equipment at a time.
Okay.
So if you want to making it a 2.
There you go.
I've
Now you've
completed it.
locked it.
All right.
Yeah, except I still have this green die,
So
which
it's-
is not locked. I didn't bother to roll it because I couldn't use it.
Oh yeah.
So I could try to go on with that, but that would be what we in the business call suicide. So I'm going to collect my 2 C-bills and move on. Now, this was blue,
Live to fight
but
another
I
day.
do get 2 more C-bills because that one, and I really did get screwed by that one, so I get $4 on this one.
Spent a bunch of money on new toys. Didn't get to play with any of them.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
Did get a good use out of your
But-
recon
But that
points,
recon
yeah.
lance
Yeah.
totally
Absolutely.
pulled my bacon out of the fire.
All right,
All right.
flip 2 for me. I'm going to light horse this.
All right.
Let's go headhunter again. That's fun.
All right. Yeah,
Murder-
it really is.
Murder is legal if you get paid for it.
All right. Heavy anti-aircraft star, fire level 2.
I'm not seeing any difference.
There is no
between
difference
them.
between those 2.
So let's go after the fire level 2. Looking for a 7.
You got it.
There's a 7. Hit me.
Ah.
Oh, we got a Lyran Scout Lance, or because we.
Oh yeah,
flipped
right.
for command, Clan Heavy Striker Star. So this one is when flipped, take the Noble Patronage token.
So in your case, what that really means is when you choose to fight that one.
Well,
If you
let's
run
go
away
for
from the clan, from the Lyran Scout Lance,
Let's
all right.
go for it. I want to
So,
see what the Noble Patronage
the Noble
token
Patronage
does.
token basically means you have a Noble Patron.
Right.
If you collect no C-bills on a turn, your Noble Patron feels bad for you and gives you 2 C-bills.
Cool.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I'm looking for a 13. What do we got?
I think I see a
got it.
13.
6. Math. 9 plus 4 is 13.
Yeah.
We buy it,
I
sure.
probably should have.
All right.
but-
Tech raid. Oh, and we have long since failed to put that over. Or garrison duty.
I'm gonna go with garrison duty.
All right. it.
But
you
you
collect
won't
the 2
win.
No,
reputation.
why not? Because
He
I
gets a
get-
3rd
I
reputation
get a
Oh,
third
he'll win.
reputation.
because it's
Yeah.
an assault on deer
Yeah.
run.
Yep.
So
that
you get
gets him to
3 rep.
4,
That gets 4 to beat your 3.
and I'm sitting at
Right.
3.
So are
and
we
it's
still?
only
Do we have
slightly
time?
above my 0.
Yeah.
That.
Do we have time for another turn? He asks the ether.
Yes, we do.
All right, we do.
All right,
Says Brent.
can you get 5 reputation
Can I go
in
spectacularly
one
hot?
set of
Yeah.
dice?
Here we
Can
go.
you
All or nothing.
from no rep, no C-bills
What
to
could
top
possibly
of the
go wrong?
world.
All right, clan hunting or assaulting Apollo. Nobody even lives there anymore. Go fight
Screw
some clanners.
Apollo. Clan hunting.
Prototype Lance or Battalion Command Lance. Neither is clan. 11 lets you lock more dice.
Going big. Going big.
Let's go. I see an 11.
I do too.
Yeah.
I see it many ways. Yeah.
Could you
Maybe.
6,
Yeah, I think
9,
you just
10?
finish
No,
that.
we can't lock all of them.
No,
You
I
can
can
lock-
keep one out.
You can lock all but one, which you don't want to do. Right, 1 die is just not a good way to complete an encounter.
Do you not have a lock a die thing?
I
He
have
has
a
a-
lock a white or a yellow.
Right. So
Right.
you could then lock the 6, right?
Yep, so 5, 8. Oh, he's right.
Yeah.
5,
I can
8.
do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lock all of those and then
And
lock
then
that one.
Use
Yeah,
this
use-
equipment exactly
Yep.
what it's for. Lock that. Boom.
All right, so you going on for another contract.
Second contract.
I'm holding them in my hand. You don't get a choice in the second one, remember?
Who needs a choice?
All right, you get all your dice back.
Oh, I mean, add up to 2. For
It's all
all
rolled blue
that I
dice.
don't have.
If only you had blue dice.
I'm going to go headhunt something.
You got it.
I got it. So it's just a straight up, right?
Yep.
Couple ways
I mean,
to
I
do
see
it.
2 ways to do it
Yeah,
with 2
yeah,
dice.
yeah.
So,
Just making sure.
all right, and you're going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Do it.
Fire Nova, light Fire Nova. Going on?
Do it.
Fast Assault Star. Wah, wah, wah.
Cancel one effect.
Well,
that won't help me.
you know,
Nope.
it will not.
Like you just
Curses.
got blindsided by that fast.
No, but it'd be a
assault
good one
star.
for you to pick up.
It would be a good one because I would pick it up from right here.
Right. You
But
should-
we have
you to
clearly
do it.
run out of time, so we got yep.
Oh,
I'm getting to wrap it up. So as much as I would like to steal Brent's thunder, we haven't. Anyway,
Gotta have
that is Encounters.
All right.
Thank you all for playing.
I'll take second.
Thank you.
place.
That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take second.
And with that, we're good.
their march. Question of Survival, which is about the Falcons left behind in the occupation zone as Malvina Hazen went to Terra and lost everything.
Yeah, correct, including
Yeah.
her, well,
Life.
existence, yes.
Yeah.
And then don't forget Foxtails.
Here's Foxtails. This is the collected first four, which was before their march to Terra.
Hold the book up, sir.
Mhm.
There you go.
And then Question of Survival, which is about the Falcons left behind in the occupation zone as Malvina Hazen went to Terra and lost everything.
Yeah, correct, including her, well,
Life.
existence, yes.
Yeah.
And then don't forget Foxtails.
Here's Foxtails. This is the collected first five stories in the Fox Patrol stories. Then we just finished up this week in Shrapnel 16.
Correct.
The serial novel, which is a 4-part story featuring the Fox Patrol as they head to the hinterlands.
Yeah, that was a blast to work on and read. So yeah. So Brian, question for you.
Yeah.
Were you a player of BattleTech before you got interested in writing it, or did you approach it as an author the other side?
Yeah, no, I mean, BattleTech was something, or at least MechWarrior was something I'd played a lot as a kid. The Super Nintendo MechWarrior game was actually my first introduction to the world.
Gotcha.
And I played that game through so much. It was ridiculous. In fact, when I actually got the gig to start writing Honor's Gauntlet, I pulled out my Super Nintendo in that MechWarrior game and played through it all the way again, going, this is a lot of fun. It doesn't actually help me in this era, but it was a lot of fun to go back and get all that nostalgia about what BattleTech, what the feel of the universe was for me at that time when I was coming into it.
Right.
But I mean, I'd never played the tabletop game until we started, getting
really assigning you projects. Okay.
But I'd played like the MechWarrior games on PC over the years, like especially in multiplayer situations. I had a friend when I was a teenager who had 8 networked computers in his basement. I guess his family had like a home business, and after business hours, we'd be able to go in and play Warcraft and MechWarrior, and we had a lot of fun with that.
So once you decided you wanted to write for BattleTech, how did you approach it?
So it was actually Shadowrun. Actually, I had been doing a convention with Mike Stackpole for a long time, Origins Game Fair. And, Catalyst was there and you were there and we got to know each other for years before I was like, I'd really like to try Shadowrun.
Right.
And your response was, well, how about BattleTech? And I was like, that sounds great too. I like the universe. I'd be interested in dipping my toes in that. And, I haven't looked back since.
Awesome. And that's true. You've been one of our more prolific authors, which is fantastic. It's always great to have an author who's timely and punctual and quick, and all 3 of those. So
and
absolutely.
2 books ahead of schedule.
Yes, exactly. We'll be talking about forthcoming in a little bit. So what appeals to you? What about the BattleTech universe appeals to you as a writer?
The thing about BattleTech that I really love is the idea that, we have this future history. It's science fiction, so we can talk about current issues in different contexts. I really love the big stomping robots. I love the characters and the setup of the world. One of my favorite things is really delving into characters and their situations. And right now, I'd say 90% of my work in BattleTech has been in the Ilclan era.
Yes.
And probably 90% of that 90% has all been in the hinterlands. And it's just a really great piece of the setting. It's a really fun place to play, and to have characters going through extremely stressful situations and seeing what they're made of is just a lot of fun as a writer.
Right. I know a lot of people, the breadth of the universe is one thing that appeals to them, even though it seems it can seem intimidating. I'm not saying it is, but there's always plenty of little corners and nooks and crannies to set a story in, and I think that's kind of how Foxtails came about, right? Why don't you tell us about the genesis of Katie and her crew?
So Foxtails was really me trying to come up with a smaller entry into the universe that felt a little bit more bite-sized, not just for readers, but for me, to say, like, how can we start moving forward into the universe in a way that felt very easy and capture some of that excitement of what it would be like in this world where mechs are everywhere. People dream of being pilots, people dream of being firefighters or writers or whatever. inevitably you're going to have a universe where somebody's dreaming of being a mech warrior, and Katie was that character. I was really there's an element that I really loved about in the Iron Giant, right?
Yeah.
When Hogarth
Yeah.
finds the Iron Giant, there's this excitement, like I've got this new toy and nobody knows about it, and I really wanted to try to see if I could capture some of that in BattleTech,
Right.
and then build a mercenary unit out of that.
Exactly. And I think from the fan response, I think you've succeeded admirably. So
Oh, thank you.
that's fantastic. So then when you're dealing with a longer piece, like let's go to Honor's Gauntlet real quick.
Okay.
It was your first kind of more long form.
Yeah.
And you're taking on one of the most storied clans in existence, the Jade Falcons. Were you intimidated by the talent? We gave you kind of a pivotal assignment to deal with in your story, and I guess how did you approach that? Because it's short fiction and novels, of course. I think you would agree it's a very different approach.
It is.
How did you approach Honor's Gauntlet instead?
Well, with Honor's Gauntlet, I had a very limited time too, right? You all had the summit, and Mike had gone to the summit, and I got a call from Mike saying like, "Hey, you're on the schedule. How much do you know about the Jade Falcon?" And prior to that, actually, we'd been working on some other pitches. Mike and I had been working on some Kellhound stuff that we'd thought about. That some of that has seeped into things with like the Ghost Dogs and whatever, and his Death King.
A lot going on. Yeah.
But before that, it was all Jihad era stuff.
Right.
And
yes,
so,
you had when you first came to me and pitched me, you were really hot about the Jihad.
Yeah.
And still are.
Yeah, no, I find that really
which ties in well with the upcoming Jihad era fiction program that we're starting in the coming months, which I'm very excited about.
So the first thing I had to do was just read everything I could about the Jade Falcons.
Right.
And really have some downloads with Mike and you and really figure out what was going to be the best thing for this universe. And the preparation was a little bit more difficult too. I'm not the sort of writer who goes through and outlines everything really meticulously. I'm more of a here's a synopsis and there's my roadmap.
Right.
But because it was my first long form BattleTech fiction and we're working in a licensed universe, obviously you all didn't want to necessarily gamble on my inability to structure a story. So I outlined everything chapter by chapter.
Yes.
And so it was a
which was helpful. Absolutely.
Yeah. It wasn't a bad thing. I learned a lot about my process and how to tell stories in that, even though I'd already written a number of novels by then.
Right.
But it was different and it actually helped me identify what about my process I liked.
Yeah.
And then it was really just about trying to capture what I loved about BattleTech, given the constraints of the story. The Jade Falcons were vacating their occupation zone, and a lot of it was me sort of imagining what would the Jade Falcons, how would they be treating the populace in the occupation zone?
Right.
And how would that vacuum get filled in if they were leaving? On top of that, how would Jade Falcons react?
Right.
In a situation where they don't necessarily agree with Malvina Hazen. And so Archer Pride was really exciting to explore that way in trying to figure out how he could thread that needle between
fidelity to the clan
and
yet trying to not get killed resisting your leader.
Yeah. I mean,
insane plans for world domination.
I think there's something ingrained in the clans that their whole point is to come and like bring glory and peace, not necessarily peace, but like stability to the inner sphere.
Right.
And part of that is, you can't have stability if your civilians are rising up all the time. And so I think he saw that Malvina's Mongol doctrine didn't make sense in every situation. And so really working on pulling back the layers on that was really doing the research, coming up with the outline, and then really trying to get into that character was really the approach.
Yeah, just a note for our fans who are watching out there, our chat is down, so if you're commenting or have questions for us, we are working on trying to get that up. We're just going to keep going, and hopefully that'll be restored, and we can start maybe answering some questions. But thanks for the positive comments. I know Jeremy Thompson had mentioned that Fox Patrol does small-scale action and events really well, which we appreciate. That's one of the things that I like about it. About Fox Patrol is it is a lance only. It is a small. They did through some I won't say shenanigans, but they did get fortunate enough to have their own drop ship, which helped. But it is really 4 mechs, so they're by necessity five. It's true. By necessity, they're a little limited by what the assignments they can take on, the action they can take on. So they pick and choose carefully. Does that weigh, or that factors into how you choose a story for them? I'd assume.
Yeah, no, the Fox Patrol really can't bite off. They can't afford to bite off more than they can chew.
Right.
Especially since they can barely afford ammunition. Right. So they really have to pick things that are smaller scale, which is why I really loved teaming them with the Lone Wolves.
Yes.
Because the Lone Wolves could sort of scale their effectiveness with a whole bunch of other units, and to see how Katie and her command could really interact with other mercenaries, especially
and take a first step kind of into a larger world of also streams a little bit. But it's true, she's figuring out what else is out there. They're all figuring out what else is out there too, which was fantastic to see them working in concert with a larger group. Exactly.
Yeah. And it's been fun taking Katie on this journey of her actually learning what she's supposed to do to actually run a successful mercenary unit.
Yes.
I think they've been really lucky in that they've taken very small scale jobs that hasn't necessarily risked anyone's life inordinately.
Right.
And it's going to be exciting to see really where they head from here.
Yeah. One of the biggest things that most fans, or I think almost all fans of the fiction, say that they like is, of course, strong characters they can get to know and enjoy.
Yeah.
And I think the Fox Patrol, of all your books, I think have very strong defined characters. But I think Fox Patrol, people really get the sense these characters could be real. Like they could really get to know them and their interpersonal conversations, their struggles, their picadillos, their issues. None of them are perfect. All of them have some sort of flaw.
Yeah.
And I think drawing, how do you approach making a character like that and making them so real?
That's a hard question. It's like, how do you make a character real and give them flaws? And it's just sort of like the trait of being a writer, right? Like you think about how you have a character and then how you can create stories that are going to challenge them.
Yes.
Right? So like in the serial novel, right? Like Katie is dealing with the fact that she's not the one in charge. And how does she deal with that, right? I mean, she's sort of in charge of the Lance, but she's not in charge of the Lone Wolves. She didn't get the assignment, but she chose to stay on. With Archie and Evan, who are her two sergeants, they're obviously in a relationship. They're married, and they had to deal with the fact that one of them got wounded pretty badly, and maybe there's some jealousy there with someone taking care of them.
Right.
So you put obstacles in front of them to challenge them and really see where they go. And I think that's the approach I have, is really think about what flaws they have and how the story can exploit them to show you what they're made of more than anything.
Yes. So then let's talk a little bit about Question of Survival, your kind of combination Ghost Bears Jade Falcon book.
Yeah.
And in this one, you took on a character. We gave you the chance to take on a character that's, I think, also rapidly become a fan favorite, Jigi Chistu.
Yeah.
And why don't you talk about how the genesis of that came about and your approach to that character, because I know that the creator of that character said you pretty much nailed him. So give us a little insight on how you approach that story, which first of all, giving the Ghost Bears novel time was one of my personal goals, and I think we did them proud. I like to think we did them proud.
Well,
and, opinions can vary sometimes.
They didn't have the best go in the book, not through any fault of my own.
Right? No, exactly. It's the plot that we were working through, which I will say has proven the overall Ghost Bears plot that's currently happening. I will say has proven a little divisive. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. So this book was something that I wasn't necessarily sure. It wasn't anything I pitched per se. It was something that Ray Arastia, the line developer, came and said, "I think you would be right for this story." And we had meetings. You, me, Jason Schmetzer was there, and Ray, and Ray sort of sat down and said, "Here's the story we need to tell to move things toward Dominions Divided."
Right.
And I want to take, what do you think of these parts of Tamar Rising, which was Gi's story, and how can we lead whatever it is you pick out of there into, the vote for the Dominion and how that turns out into the Ghost Bear Civil War.
So several moving parts you had to kind of fit together.
Yeah, and I realized pretty early on I was really excited about that story where G and the Ghost Bears are in direct conflict over the Sibcos, and that felt like the natural fulcrum for how to tell a story about the Jade Falcons and their survival, and the Ghost Bears and their civil war, and how they oppose each other. And I kind of talked through that in that meeting with you all, and everybody seemed to like the direction I was taking. But the thing that makes this book one of my favorites that I've worked on was really treating the Ghost Bears and the Falcons as co-protagonists in the book who happen to be opposed to each other.
Yes.
So that when we get to the climax, you're rooting for both of them, and you don't want them both to lose.
Right.
And that created a really exciting tension, at least for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Writing it
Right.
to try to understand who's going to come out on top, because you want them both to,
Right.
rather than the mustache twirling
Yes.
antagonist in the story, which is something it has its place in BattleTech. We've seen plenty of it here or there, but I really wanted to go a different way with that and give Ghost Bear fans at least a look at their clan that wasn't antagonistic.
Right.
Right.
Same with the Falcons, which have, let's face it, kind of been the game's whipping clan. I hate to say it, but it's true in fiction, as the Rampage and the Mongol Doctrine, and kind of took them in a direction that a lot of fans, I think, weren't thrilled about. And GE, a bit of a course correction after Terra's gone. The old clan's been named, and now the remnants have to figure out what they're going to do. And GE is charting his own path, which I find extremely interesting.
One of my favorite bits of feedback that I get on this book pretty consistently is, screw you, I love the Jade Falcons now. And it makes me feel really happy that, the Jade Falcons have been the heel for a long time.
Yeah.
And
they've been kind of the villains. Yeah. So.
And now to actually give you some redeemable Falcons who, I think that the Falcons really needed. They were stagnant in the occupation zone, and Malvina was probably the right leader for them because they were getting antsy.
She was a catalyst for change, just whether that change was really all the best for them, I guess is the question, And
instead of leaving all the Falcons resting on their laurels left in the occupation zone, G's rallied them around the idea of survival.
Yeah.
And I think for right now, survival is really the mode they need to be in.
Right.
And I'm really excited to see how G's Falcons find their place in not just the hinterlands, but in the inner sphere.
Well, that's great because, as I recall, you've already penned the sequel to Question of Survival.
I have.
Which is called Without Question. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that one?
So Without Question picks up, right before the Battle of Sudeten, which is, you saw some of that, fictionalized or dramatized in Elements of Treason and Honor by Craig Reed.
Correct.
And that was very much the Hell's Horses view of the battle.
Yes.
And so now we're going to see G's view of the battle. And then beyond that, after that, we're in uncharted territory. This is beyond any of the source books. This is beyond anything that we know about. And really the book has a lot to do with the soul of Jade Falcon and where they go next, and G hanging on for dear life.
Yep. Before we move on, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on her name. The young woman.
Alexis.
Thank you, Alexis. Yes. Who has her own very intriguing journey. She's going to be in Without Question too, right?
Absolutely. She's really
Jade Falcon turned Ghost. No, Ghost Bear turned Jade Falcon the other way around.
Yeah.
I got to remember my own book I edited. I should know this stuff. Yes.
So she actually appeared, if folks want to check her out in more detail after they've read Question of Survival, there's a long short story or a short novella, however you want. It's about 10 or 11,000 words.
Yep.
In Shrapnel number 11 called Ghost Bird, that actually is her trial of position.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah.
And so that happens between Question of Survival and Without Question, and it kind of tees up her journey and where she's at in the next book. And she's a really fun character because she was a free birth.
Yes.
And she was sort of picked up off the street as a pickpocket. She tried to pickpocket the wrong Star Colonel in the Ghost Bears.
She was going down the Darkcast way.
Yeah. And they tossed her to Sibco because they liked her moxie, and that's where she came from. So she came from that world into Ghost Bears,
right?
That were very focused on family, found herself won by the Jade Falcons, and now she's in command of a star.
Yep.
And she's really young and might be in over her head and not necessarily ready for the not necessarily ready for the rigors of command and the trauma that might go with that.
But she's going to find out one way or the other. Absolutely. So, yeah. And actually, without question, it's slated for a May 15th release of this year. We're all very excited about it. So we'll be talking a little bit. And why don't you tell us, since you, as you said at the beginning, you are 2 books ahead, because Brian is a quick and good writer. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Voidbreaker?
So Voidbreaker is, we've teased that it's a book that's going to start to answer the questions about Tucker Harwell.
Yes.
For those of you who remember, in Hour of the Wolf, right at the end there, Tucker Harwell
had a
vanished
appearance.
mysteriously.
Yes, disappeared from the hospital and
so
has been persona non grata until recently.
We're going to pick up where he went and how he got there and how he gets into the hands of everyone he gets into. The book is really patterned after, sort of a BattleTech take on a spy thriller or an espionage escapade.
Right.
And it's a lot of fun. I'm really excited for people to get their hands on it. And I don't know how much more you want me to say. I mean,
as long as you don't reveal like major plot points, but you could. I want you to talk about what excites you about writing it. Like, for example, how did you decide to approach it in this direction rather than the traditional kind of military science fiction vein?
So this was actually something that came out of the summit. During the summit, I mean, there was 10 or 12 of us there, right? And at one point, Ray pulled me aside and said, we need to figure out how we're doing this part of the story. And while everybody else was arguing around the room, Ray and I sort of spitballed this entire idea at the map, figuring out what would need to happen, who would need to go where, because we were trying to solve the Tucker Harwell thing.
Yep.
And I was like, this is going to be a perfect spy thriller. Like, that's how this would work really, the best, right? You think of spy thriller and you think of, stories where someone is assigned, you need to go capture this high value target and you need to get them to do this for us. And from there, Ray had talked about wanting to introduce some elements in Seafox.
Yep.
For their intelligence apparatus.
Yeah.
And from there, it was just like, how can a Seafox James Bond story go? And that was really, and I mean, for research, I went through and I reread all of Ian Fleming's James Bond novels, which was actually really enlightening because they're really short, but they're really exciting and they really keep the readers turning on their pages. So if you're a fan of the Ian Fleming Bonds, the novels, or even the James Bond movies,
right?
Imagine those with giant stomping mechs.
Yeah. So
and
this should be a really cool mashup. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy has a comment. Kidnapped by the Sea Foxes. Well, Jeremy, I guess you're going to have to read the book to find out. But that one's going to be a little bit further out. We're looking at Q1 of 2025. So
yeah.
But I've got plenty for Brian to do in the meantime, and he's got plenty for me as well. I believe we talked about you have another novella out there for the Ghost Dogs.
Yeah,
first of all, talking about giving up the Ghost, the first in our Fortunes of War.
Yeah.
Which was part of the Mercenary Kickstarter.
Yeah, Fortunes of War #1, Giving Up the Ghost, was a story featuring a Kellhounds unit that got a very mysterious message from Calandra Kell. When Calandra sort of spread out the Kellhounds to meet back before they took over the Ark Royal Liberty Coalition.
Right.
She sent out some special messages to some other units. And so the Wolfhounds, which has sort of traditionally been the very on their own unit of the Kellhounds, they're out on a mission and they get the message that they can't be Kellhounds anymore.
Right.
And they have to transform their entire existence overnight, and then they're just sort of making their way in the universe, in the inner sphere, until they get the call to come back for because of when Calandra calls them back.
And the plot of that first novella is really interesting. It's like, how do we not be Kellhounds anymore? And it's the steps they take across the board to transform themselves into the Ghost Dogs, which is a fascinating kind of study.
Yeah.
Because most times it goes out and they just, we're going to just change over things, but it's more complicated than that. And you move into the steps necessary to make this happen.
Yeah, no, and, sometimes I like to think of those really interesting things where it's like, we've got to outfit an entire unit that is used to like military cohesion and Kellhound supply lines, like where do you get uniforms? Where does the paint to repaint the mechs come from? How do you source materials if you can't be, how do you source selling salvage or buying ammunition and all these
parts?
things if you can't be who you were?
Right.
And so they really struggle with that. And so the next sort of installment is them after they've made changes that they've made that changeover and giving up the Ghost, which if you were one of the Kickstarter backers, you can go download that.
Yes,
still,
yes, it is available for every Kickstarter mercenary backer, and it's part of your pledge. Absolutely.
And for those of you who didn't get in on it, it's on Amazon now.
Yep.
As an ebook or the Catalyst website, right?
Yes. All major EPUB ebook vendors, absolutely.
And coming up next for them before the end of the year is a novella called Let's Slip the Dogs of War.
Yes.
And that sees them taking a contract in the Free Worlds League, defending against the Marian hegemony.
Yep. And then we've been talking, and I think we can discuss this in broad terms, because I want to talk about the hinterlands, which, as you said over more than once, is one of your favorite areas to write about.
It is.
So what attracts you to the hinterlands? And that I believe that is one of the fans have really responded to that area of the inner sphere. So what attracts you to set stories there?
The hinterlands is a very beautiful mess.
That's very well put.
No, it's if you look at any grouping of small nations or factions in a very small space that don't necessarily like each other or get along with each other, you're going to have these problems.
Yeah.
As they work to get a foothold.
Yes.
And so it's the Wild West. Like right now, if there's a Wild West in the inner sphere, it is the hinterlands.
Absolutely.
And that's, you see that everywhere. I'm really excited for the Hotspots hinterlands.
Yeah.
Because I actually got to do the short story for that.
Right. And before I forget, don't you have a spotlight on Fox Patrol coming soon?
Yes, it's in fact check.
Okay.
And that was a lot of fun too. We've got some really fun playable scenarios from the Fox Patrol stories.
And so, real quick, what was your role in that? Since you're not doing fiction necessarily, were you overseeing other people writing about Katie, Archie, and the rest, and making sure it hewed to your vision of them? Were you working in concert with it? Oh, you did write it.
I wrote it. So I wrote the background of the unit. I wrote all of the biographies of the unit, and I came up with all the ideas for the scenarios, and Josh Perrian actually worked with me to actually turn those into gameplay.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because that's much more his specialty than mine. And
did you find it challenging to switch from fiction to straight up sourcebook? Because sourcebook text or writing is quite different than a story.
It is. I don't really have a hard time with that. I do a lot of like journalism stuff, and so it's just not like putting on that part of my brain. And I've been doing a lot. Like I contributed quite a bit to Legends 2, which is coming with the Mercenaries Kickstarter.
Absolutely.
And I've contributed a bit to Ilkon's Eyes Only and the Hinterlands, and so it's just I'm all over the place, I guess.
Exactly. Comment from Norbert. I would like to know if Atlas 2 will get Wabi version in New Jihad fiction and then in game. Well, if it's in the world and we get to it in fiction, then it probably will show up at some point. Yeah, it's we're working on that program. I'm very excited for it. There's a lot planned for it. And yes, if it's around, there's no reason why we're not going to use it, because I don't see why we wouldn't. So yeah, absolutely. But that's more ephemeral. We're in pre-planning stages for that one. It's going to be a bit before we really lock that down. But rest assured, we will have more news for you as that develops. Let's see. I was thinking about this. So you're here, of course, at Adepticon, your first time.
Yeah.
And we're very happy to have you here.
I'm delighted to be here.
What do you think of the convention so far?
This is pretty amazing. For a con of its size, right? Like, you don't expect the feeling of Gen Con at a con this size.
Right.
It is that big. And the energy is really, really high. And the love of BattleTech here is actually just people are literally wearing it on their sleeves, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's tattoos. There is, all of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Fans from every avenue of the fandom just of BattleTech have been coming up. I've been hanging out a lot with Mike Stackpole.
Yep.
And the two of us have been signing books, and it hasn't stopped, right? Like, it's just been a really incredible experience, and I felt really welcomed and grateful that Catalyst generally thinks well enough of me to have me come out to something like this, and that fans would want to meet me. And
yeah, absolutely.
It's been incredible. This has been really impressive.
Yep, let's go to the chat a little bit. Jeremy Thompson, it would be really cool to get some Ilklan Bandit Darkcast characters. I would agree. One of my favorite books is Craig Reed's Icons of War, which deals heavily with the Darkcast. I would love to see someone pitch out there, shrapnel author, someone come up with a Darkcast character. I think that would be awesome. Let's see here. There was a comment down below. Any other periphery-focused source books or fiction coming? I love the periphery. I love speaking of that Wild West feel. I would love to all see some more fiction. The right story or author hasn't really pitched me anything yet, but maybe we can do something in Shrapnel. Might be able to do a periphery themed issue. Might be kind of fun. I'm somewhere. I think Phil Lee's ears just pricked up. I'm not sure if you like that or not, but it's very possible too. Let's see. As a fan of Clan Nova Cat, if we had more fiction, the new setting, Empire's Loan had a neat section with a protectorate. Yes, I would adore some more too. There is a well-known Nova Cat author who's supposed to be reading me a story about the Nova Cats that's overdue. So I think if chat knows who he is, if he's on stream somewhere, you might want to politely remind him that he owes me a book about the Nova Cats. So just letting you know, I think you know who that is. So fans, reach out and let him know you'd like to read it. So by the way, I should ask this as well. Is there any part of BattleTech, Brian, that you haven't written that you'd like to tackle or try your hand in at some point?
I really, really want to take on. I would have a lot of fun with Stephanie Chistu.
Oh,
and
okay.
the Falcons on Terra and what they're going through, because they're having an identity crisis as well.
Right.
And I'd really love to explore that identity crisis some. I know we'll get some of that, at least a taste of it in Michael Ciravella's book, I hope.
I think so. Yes, we're currently hammering through the edits on that one. And I would think she would have an appearance, but we haven't gotten to that part yet. So looking forward to hearing about Bondsman James Bondsman from Clancy.
So it's I would love to have used something like that clever, but there's definitely some work with some bondsmen in the Sea Fox book.
Absolutely.
And I'm really excited about the character. The merchant colonel in that book, she was a really fun character to write.
Awesome.
And I hope a long future for her. I think she'd be fun to write more books in this style with.
Right. There's Craig, who's Turbo Turtle. He's giving me an updated chat about the book he's working on. Craig is working on a Dark Age novel called In the Shadow of the Dragon, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing, which is all about Yori Kurita's ascension and to true power and her dueling with her former erstwhile mentor. Speaking of, I wanted to touch back on your serial in Shrapnel, because you deal with it, Alina Mercantile League, which has appeared in the source book for Tamar, but we hadn't really touched on it in fiction. Were you fleshing out the character, the Syndic Marina, and how that worked? Because we hadn't really touched on it. So what was your guidelines for that?
Marina had some appearances. She traded messages with G in Question of Survival, and so she was a character I was really interested in exploring more.
Yeah.
And when I went through the source book and realized that the Lone Wolves were heading there, and the Fox Patrol could conceivably join the Lone Wolves after Question of Survival had come out and people seemed to like it, it was, the ask was, can I send the Fox Patrol and the Lone Wolves there and actually tell that story? And I just really like the idea that a merchant cast said, you know what? We're done with the Warriors. We're done with the clan thing.
Yep.
And we're gonna make it on our own, and we're gonna start hiring mercenaries. And what does that mean? Like, how do you strip out that cultural identity from someone who's been there for that long?
Exactly.
And how do you change that on a planet that has been clan for 100 years? Right.
Right.
Like.
Right.
What is the civilian population actually? What from clan culture has filtered into them, what from inner sphere culture has filtered into the clans.
Yep.
That's what makes Ilklan, the era, so exciting for me in general, is like anyone who has come from one of these cultures or another, whether it's clan or inner sphere, has undergone a transformation because of that 100 years of exposure to the other.
Well, it's true. That's true. But also, they've achieved the pinnacle of what clan society was, according to Nicholas Kerensky. Formed for was to come back and take Terra and become the Ilkhan and the Ilk clan, and that has as you've been reading about, has had a transformative effect on the society, no matter what clan you are.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And they all took it in very different directions based on where they came from.
And what happened at the end of Hour of the Wolf, for sure.
Yeah.
Some clans were in much better shape than others. Let's put it that way.
For sure.
A very nice note from Karen Mine. Seriously, Brian, looking forward to when these books get out there. Thank you very much. We are too. Absolutely. Let's see. Dana Robinson, will we be seeing more periphery-focused fiction in the Ill Clan era, or still focused on the big politics? I mean, I would love someone to pitch me something. Basically, it sounds like that periphery-focused issue of Shrapnel is going to become more of a reality, which I think could be a lot of fun. Because the periphery is a big place. There's a lot of room for very interesting stories that can happen out there. But I need an author to give me a pitch. I'm certainly open to it. So it's something people can talk about it. Let's see. Sure, Craig. Blame the editor. Yes, it's Phil's fault. Sure, buddy. Jerry Thompson, Interstellar's Players 4, when? That's more of a Randall Brent question. I can't answer that one on the Sourcebook. Or Ray. I think Ray was probably doing a panel at some point. I'm sure he'll be able to answer all your Sourcebook questions.
If you were to ask Brent, he'd just say, like, Leviathans.
Yes, exactly. Let's see. I think we're about ready to wrap up here. Any other questions from the chat? Now the chat is working again. Any questions you have for Brian or myself, we can answer. We'll answer what we can. Let's see. Turn that a better question. What would you put in Interstellar Players 4 if you were pitching it? Okay, well that's interesting. Now, I mean, obviously, kind of an Ill Clan version wouldn't be a bad idea in my mind. We're introducing a ton of new characters in the source books and then fleshing them out and I think growing them in the fiction. So, but I think a lot of ways the Legends books are kind of covering that to a degree. But that, again, you as the fans have much more, I think, power in determining what we produce than you think. You just got to let us know you want it. Enough of you have to tell us, basically.
I will say, like, if I haven't gotten the responses that I've gotten with the Fox Patrol, you know, the Fox Patrol stories were not commissioned or anything. Those were submissions to Shrapnel.
Yes, exactly.
Right? So it was me going like, oh, I want to keep telling stories with them, and then, you know, when the slot for the serial novel came up, it was like, oh, I'd like to do something Fox Patrol.
Right, because you'd already established them.
Yeah.
And people certainly seem to want to see more from them as well.
And a lot of that comes from the reaction, whether that's, you know, telling me personally how much you like them, or, you know, talking to me about the stories or whatever. Like you have power to help, you know, direct me in those ways, because otherwise I'm going to keep writing for Shrapnel until, you know, Phil says,
take a break.
Take a break. And what captures my interest and the attention of everybody else has a lot to do with that.
Yeah. Let's say I would love more Wabi and Ill Clan, but yeah, I know. Yes, you do know. Absolutely. What's up? Oh, what's up with the bounty hunter in the current era? Anything on the table for that? Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. So, of course, if you were following the Mercenaries Kickstarter, you know one of the goals was to create a Tales of the Bounty Hunter, the most infamous mercenary / killer, whatever you want to call them. The bounty hunter has done all of that and more in the Inner Sphere. And we felt it was time that they got their own volume. And of course, those who know the story of the bounty hunter is more of an identity than a person, and has existed throughout the centuries and the eras, different people, different places. And first of all, I'm happy to tell you that volume is coming to fruition very soon. The final stories are being written, and yes, the last story will take the bounty hunter firmly into the Ill Clan era. And again, if someone wants to pitch me a story about them, whether it's a longer one, novella type, full novel, if you've got an idea for what they're doing in the Ill Clan after the anthology comes out, I would love to see that. So, but yes, I have plans for them one way or the other. It's just a matter of working with our talented author crew to see who's going to tell that story. Yeah, I think the bounty hunter could play a big part in what's going down.
I had fun working on the history of the bounty hunter some for that.
Yes, exactly.
That was
fun. So the answer is a very definitive yes, but we want to get the anthology out because I think that's going to be a lot of fun, and get that kind of off our plate and really reset the bounty hunter for this new age. You know, so everyone's going to kind of do a little molting, a little changing, a little alteration.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've been waiting over a year. Uh, Gremlin, thank you for the question. Yes, I understand it's something this has been longer than that. That is something we are addressing as quickly as we can. The simple fact is we need more slush readers. That's we only have one. Phil and I will be discussing that this weekend at the convention. Phil is actually here, and yeah, the queue has gotten just unacceptably long. So we're going to talk about fixing that problem because you guys folks are patient enough to submit. You should not have to wait months and months and months to get an answer. So absolutely. So we apologize. I'm apologizing on behalf of CGL for that, and we're going to take concrete steps to fix that very, very soon.
Can I say too? Like I want to say like I feel like as a fan of this franchise, just to remind people like how unheard of having that opportunity to get into the universe is. Like if I could just do a blind submission to a Star Wars anthology, like I would murder younglings for that chance. So that I just as an author want to say like, thank you guys for at least having the opportunity open however broken that process might be at the moment. Just like it's amazing that you do it.
Well, we appreciate that. We're fixing it. It sometimes feels like 2 steps forward, a step and a half back, but we are making progress. We are making progress. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm always looking for talented authors. Absolutely. So don't. It's never full because the fiction never stops here. And I have plans to expand the line. I've talked about Jihad. I'm going to need more authors for that. We've talked about doing more novels. My boss and I want to do more than just the current 4 a year we're doing. But we need to have solid, committed writers who can produce the works that we need to produce. Quick note from Taste Square. I hope I pronounced that right. Any info on Hunting Season 2? Yes. Letter of the Law. Phil has finished his editorial pass, and that is coming, I think, to my desk pretty soon. We're looking at, I think it's Q3 of 2024. I believe that's slated for, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, Letter of the Law is his direct follow-up to Hunting Season, so look for that later in the year. That's Anakin confirmed. Yes.
Anakin, that would be really confusing because my son is named Anakin.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
By the way, what is that you've had so far? What is your best fan interaction about Foxtails that you've had so far?
So the best fan interaction with Foxtails that I've had so far is actually with my youngest kid. They were really excited about BattleTech, and we'd started playing on the table with they're 8 now. And this was about last year. Maybe they were 7. And we've been playing the stripped down version of the game with the beginner box rules.
Right.
And they were like, "You write BattleTech. I want to read some of it." And I'm like, I'm looking at Honor's Gauntlet and Question of Survival, going like, "There's no way,
right?
Like I can do this." But Foxtails worked really well as a bedtime stories, and we did those. And all they want to play now is Katie's Kid Pops. That's what they want to do on the board all the time. And I hear that actually from folks a lot. There was a fan here today who had me come and sign his son's copy of Foxtails, and he said I had to buy a new one because he likes it so much he just keeps going through it, and he went in to look for it, but his son had taken it to school, and so he just had to buy a new one in order to get it signed for him. And like hearing that it's an on ramp for kids like that, but I've also heard from a lot of folks like, my wife was never interested in reading BattleTech, or my partner, or my friend, or whoever, and Foxtails is what they hand them, and then they're like, "Oh, I actually think I like this." So just the idea that it's welcoming enough of a story that it's bringing folks in that maybe they won't ever play the tabletop game, but they'll better understand the universe that their loved ones play in.
Yeah,
is really exciting to me.
Yes, and I'm not. It's a less complex story.
Yeah.
You start small. You're keeping it small, and it's very clear, and I think that's one of its strengths. Because it does, like you said, it's a good on-ramp for someone who's never gotten into the universe. Like, well, do I want to do a 120,000 word Bill Keith tome or a Mike Stackpole? I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I'm not sure I want to dive into that novel with all that complexity. But Foxtails is a great way to get a taste of it, and it's a great feel for the universe, the characters, the technology of the mechs, because Katie's tech as well as a mech warrior. So she's constantly tinkering around with them.
Yeah.
So you get kind of all sides of it, absolutely.
And it takes like incremental steps because it's individual. This collection's individual stories rather than one big novel. So the first story is like, what is a mech?
Yeah.
And the second story is, what is a mercenary group? And the third story is, what's a drop ship and how do we go different places and do contracts? And the fourth story is, the first story is very much just personal character stakes and an introduction to Galatea.
Right.
And then the fifth story is them actually really striking out on their own with firing on all cylinders, ready to take on the inner sphere
The
on
inner
their
sphere,
own.
right. My favorite one, it actually came around this time last year. I was contacted by a person, I want to say it was either in Malaysia or the Philippines, and I apologize, I don't remember. And they said they loved, loved, loved the Fox Patrol stories. And they'd asked me, was a collection coming out anytime soon? And I responded, I'm very happy to tell you there will be one because I think this came out, was it last year? Or
Yeah, I
2022?
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was very happy to tell them, like, just wait until it's out there, and and I hope they picked it up. It had a brand new Fox Patrol story in it, and that just tickled me that all around the world, BattleTech is universal. It's not just America. It's not just Germany. It's not just the UK. We have fans all around the world, which I love, and that really tickled my heart. So yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, I think it speaks to the idea that like BattleTech brings out like any tabletop gaming brings out like that inner sort of kid and those dreams of like what would it be like to step in this universe?
Right.
And I think Katie really is a great avatar for people to say like how would it feel like for me to be so excited about being in the universe?
Right.
I think we
Right.
can respond to that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We are coming up to the last minutes of our show. I'm just looking for any. I think chat might have canceled out. I haven't seen a new comment in like the last 10 minutes. Brian, look, first of all, thank you for coming here. Thank you for being on the stream. Any final thoughts or words of encouragement or anything at all?
Well, I mean, as far as words of encouragement for those folks who are waiting in the shrapnel queue, it's absolutely worth it to submit. This is a great universe to be writing stories in. It's really fun, and regardless of the wait, I mean, from the time I pitched my first story to you to the time my first story came out was 3 years or so.
It did
So
take a bit, yeah.
it did
Yeah.
take a bit. So
Patience is a part of the process, but yeah, I think it's like I said. Apologize for those folks who feel like they've been stuck forever. The managing editor, is working as quickly as he can, but obviously we have to improve things. We have to improve the process. So we'll be working on that.
And the other thing is just I hope everybody enjoys the books and the stories that are coming out. You're going to see it all across source books and at different lengths, whether it's novellas or full-length fiction. And thank everybody, just thank you all so much for supporting the work I'm doing in BattleTech and, letting folks know, like letting John and Ray know what it is you like about it. And
absolutely.
If they heard that you weren't responding well to this, I wouldn't be doing it. So thank you all so much for your enthusiasm over not just BattleTech, but my work in the universe.
Yep. All right. That's going to wrap it up for us at this hour at Adepticon 2024. Stay tuned for more programming very, very soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are back to your favorite gravelly voiced announcer, Michael Ciravella. I am back here live at Adepticon for Catalyst Game Labs for 2024. Once again, I apologize ahead of time. This is day 6 of conventions for me, so I'm sounding a little gravelly, but you can hear me better than the people around the table can. Luckily, that will hopefully improve in the next few days. I'm drinking a lot of tea. But for right now, you are going to hear from the people you really want to hear from. Some of the game designers for Catalyst. We have Brent Evans, art director and former line developer of BattleTech. We have Ray Arostia, current line developer for BattleTech and all-around great man. And Bryn Bills, developer for Leviathans and also all-around great man. So
Thank you.
Wonderful team right here. We're going to spend the next hour right here telling you a little bit of how a game becomes as popular as BattleTech or a new property, Leviathans, something like that. You've got from different perspectives, and they're going to talk a little bit about the wonderful line we love and one of the primary lines we're here to show, BattleTech. So get your questions ready. We won't have them live on the screen for you. They will read off they will give you some answers as time goes through. I unfortunately need to jump away for a brief moment, but I'm always hiding in the background. Thank you so much, and I'll catch back up with you in a little bit. Brent, you want to start us off?
I'm good. I'll be happy to start us off. So, correct me if I'm wrong. The overarching theme of this one is how to design a game. But the truth is, there's many steps to that. It can be how to design a game from scratch, brand new into the ether, or how to design a game product or an expansion, how to overhaul a game, how to handle a themed skinned game like a licensed property. There's a lot of ways to go with that. Do all of those categories meet the parameters of what you were hoping for? Okay. Well, then you are in the right place, ladies and gentlemen, fans and friends. I look forward to your questions. We can certainly speak to that because we've done all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, there's truly a lot to start at there. Not quite sure where they're wanting us to kick us off. I should start off by saying that if you're coming here to hope to design a game as popular as BattleTech, you will be disappointed because the answer to how is BattleTech so popular is have a 40-year-old IP with video games and novels all coming out at the same time as the Kickstarter is really the success of BattleTech in a nutshell.
Yeah,
So
even from the early days. I mean, Jordan said he just happened to be he was spitting a bunch of ideas out there, and this one is just happened to be the one that caught fire and just spun completely out of control. And he's like, okay, this is he had a tiger with its tail on fire running, and he was on board, just not too afraid to let go, basically.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be a little contrite, but at its most baseline for me, a game and designing a game should be built around a fun idea more than anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, there are cool concepts. You know, I love playing new miniatures games. I mean, I know Randall has spoken to it before. In the last 4 years when COVID hit, we must have played like, I think we're at 80 miniatures games now we've played in the last 4 years. And all of them have such cool concepts and mechanics and designs, but a game at its core should be fun more than anything else.
Yeah.
I think it is what BattleTech has always excelled the most in at is that, yeah, it can be grindy and there's a lot of mechanics there, but if you don't walk away from a game of BattleTech with that awesome moment,
Yeah.
then you played BattleTech probably a little wrong there. That's what BattleTech is we were just playing a grinder at KrunskyCon, and I was in a little fire moth, and I stood right next to the urban mech, and the urban mech DFA'd me and jumped and fell on my head and killed me. And that was the greatest thing in the game.
It was so fun.
It was so much fun, and that is what a great game is more than anything else, is awesome stories to take away from the table.
Yeah, Ray, you want to jump in, or you want a fun little anecdote? Because I can jump onto that.
No, you go ahead. I mean, if anything, I could talk more about the production side, and I know there's several things we could talk about directly related to the topic. Like, you could go into the whole process of when we first came out with the new A Game of Armored Combat. Bryn, you could talk about all the work that you've done bringing Leviathans back up and running. We could talk about some of the skins that we've done, like BattleTech Encounters, which is out now, and it's a real fun game. We could talk about the work that went into Clan Invasion or the Mercenaries box and actually get into the nitty gritty.
Right.
If we want. Otherwise.
Yeah. So all the way back to the early days, we've all had a lot of experiences with Jordan and Jordan's creative team members from throughout the year. I remember Mike Mulvihill, one of Jordan's earliest creators, the key designer for Shadowrun, and he said actually, not only is the most important thing fun, like Bryn said, but it's less about the fun on the table as the fun above the table between the players. Said, "Oh, did you see that? Oh man, can you believe that the story that you leave? Oh, I can't believe this happened." Those are those moments that when you really capture it. So I remember when we were getting together to talk about coring down the what used to be the introductory box set.
Correct.
And it had all of this content in it. Ray, Randall, and I got together when we were trying to design what ultimately became the Game of Armor Combat. And we're like, okay, how do we maintain that fun across the top of the table without losing that magic, but we need to lose a lot of other stuff that's in this box. And when it comes to game design, it really is focus on that fun. Keep it there. Don't lose that, because it's so easy to dive into the math behind mechanics and making sure all your spreadsheets and your tables work. But if you've lost that little beginning thing, that's where you've lost the important part. So,
yeah, a couple things with the Game of Armor Combat is so the core rules are there.
Yeah.
It's the same rules that we've had. We know there's fun to be had with those rules, but obviously one of the driving forces to make that a great box were the miniatures.
Yeah.
Getting modern miniatures in plastic for that game was a long uphill battle.
And the question is really, what does a beginning player need out of the? What do they need to come out of that box to have them rolling dice, blowing each other up, and having a good time? And yeah, contents was a big deal. Miniatures was the heart of that.
And
it's very interesting, especially with miniatures games, because board games, card games, all of that absolutely need these components. But for miniatures games, there's this extra step of quality that needs to exist to enjoy and interact with the game.
Right.
You need these models here, and they need to look awesome, and they need to be as cool. Randall always talk about one of the biggest things for him and how much he enjoys the modern miniatures is that these are, and their art is exactly what he thought how cool they looked back in the day.
Right.
I remember as a quick anecdote, I remember there's this hill back home that I drove a bike down. And I was like 5 when I did it. And in my head, after that thing, I refused to go down it because it was horrifyingly large. And finally, like 10 years later, I went back, and it was 10 feet. It was a 10 feet tall hill. It was nothing.
Yeah.
But I had this image of how awesome it was, and it was everything that the Game of Armor Combat miniatures have captured.
Yeah.
How awesome you think it all looks and feels, actually brought to life in those miniatures, and it's part of what has allowed BattleTech to be so successful in the last 4 years. Is the miniatures have been every bit as cool and cooler in many cases to
than what people had in their minds.
What they had in their heads.
Yeah, we had so many discussions back and forth over how much quality is enough quality, how much quality is too much quality, how do we get that magic balance? We put an inordinate amount of overthinking into that.
So we did actually get a question, and it is a Ray question fundamentally, which is so what hurdles would there be in developing a BattleTech space combat miniatures game?
Well, the first hurdle is that we would not be relying on an existing system. We need a brand new game from the ground up that is fun. And that has been the underlying thing. And that's why we've been harping on it so far in this discussion. It has to be fun. It has to be fun and engaging. And I'd say the next challenge after we have a rule set for space games, secondary to that is bringing it into the BattleTech lore and making it work within the BattleTech IP.
Yeah.
But more important than anything, it has to be fun. It has to be a fun game that we could play.
Yeah, it's interesting when it comes to the nuances of an air battle or a space battle game. As a game designer, you kind of want some game mechanics to mimic themselves, so they kind of feel authentic to the rest of the game experience within the universe. And in particular with BattleTech, the truth is, being a 2D6 system has been such a massive strength to BattleTech because anybody who can count to 12 can play.
Yeah.
So, bringing in 6-year-old players who can count to 12, there's no barrier for entry there. They can do it. And that's kind of magic, and it's really hard to replicate that when you're trying to craft a 720 degree environment.
Yeah.
And capture that nuance with space battles.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I have one of the things because I was making Leviathans, it obviously has some similar issues that it's going to deal with. And trying to deal with the fact that a large capital ship scale combat is just about as complicated of a combat system as you're ever going to deal with.
Absolutely.
Look at the Star Wars game line, and X-Wing is as simple as it gets. Legion's not too complicated. Armada is the most complicated of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it is a complicated idea that you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to deal with, and BattleTech has this oddity because it wants to be grindy. BattleTech wants to have all those minutia, but dealing with that inertia, turn and turn, and doing that actual math that you have to keep track of each time. You're playing a game where it's just about tracking the math than it is about the excitement of doing that DFA on the Fire Moth with the Urban Mech.
Well, and especially with the with Leviathans in particular, like okay, so if we do as we institute the changing levels vertically, how many should that be? Should that be a 2 -2? Should it be a -4? How far should we go? And you can overthink it really easy.
No, and it's admittedly why for this current set of Leviathan's product, we did not release elevation rules.
Right.
We removed that from what was released in the Captain's Manual. Not that we might not reintroduce it, but it's just so much more effort for not a lot more gameplay engagement and a lot more complexity.
Yeah, it didn't increase the fun, and I think that's ultimately
the call. There are some cool moments where I can dive from the highest elevation right to the low and get underneath you and shoot up, but those moments are once in a blue moon compared to tracking every single dead zone and math going up and down. It doesn't often work out. Now, I have played some elevation change games. Actually, the new Adeptus Imperionauticus.
Mm-hmm.
I may have just said that wrong. The Aeronauticus, the new 40K game. I actually think that they did a very good job of incorporating elevation. But part of that is, and it's interesting because, as I jump from thought to thought here, it feels for a lot of people like game design is mostly the same as it would have been 50 years ago. But game design has come a long way in how elegant you can get complicated ideas down to basic components.
Yep.
Something that BattleTech has managed to miraculously work around for what it's worth and still be a really fun and engaging game while not going for the far more modern aesthetics. Something that Leviathans is built around as being a very modern design game while still having some of the crunchiness that you can find. And I think that the Aeronautica game has proven that you can make elevation change engaging without being overbearing. So it can happen, and not that we won't be able to do these things. BattleTech is just, there's been so much other that we want to focus on and want to prioritize that dealing right now with aerospace just hasn't been the priority.
Yeah.
Interesting question here. So, from Turbo Turtle, what is the most difficult thing about being the lead developer?
Oh, we could definitely dig into that, but I would say, real flat out, between the two of us, it is a lot of work, and that BattleTech is a really huge IP. It's a really difficult IP because of the 40 years of lore.
Yeah.
And
and we were talking about it right before the show. Being the lead developer for BattleTech isn't doing one line. It's doing 5 lines and keeping them all going simultaneously,
basically,
and tapping on each other.
Being the lead developer for BattleTech means you have to punch above your weight.
Yeah. Hello, Brent. Can I have all the art? Yes, you absolutely can. All you need to do is buy all the stuff.
That's it. That's all.
There you go. That's the answer.
Yeah, I mean that's objectively true.
What balancing metrics are put into selecting mechs for mech packs and factions for those packs?
Well, ultimately, we're trying to build the packs around our formation rules, but when we all sit down and we're figuring out with the packs, it's more gut.
Yeah.
We might have 3 packs that we know what mechs we want within those 3, and we may sort of shuffle them around for what feels like a good unit. If you're using them right out of the box because that's what we want.
Yeah.
And that's why ultimately, once we figure out what we want, we make sure that they can work with those optional formation rules as well and make sense as a unit, both by our gut and by the rules.
Yeah, jumping in on that, Bryn has been in the room listening to all of us have these conversations,
Nice.
agonize over it over and over, and ultimately, the idea of wanting a balance, like all of the different mech packs to have a balance, is a bit of a fallacy. What you really want more than that is you want them all to be fun. You want them all to be thematic. They need to roughly match the personality of the faction you're trying to encapsulate. And when all of that is done and you realize exactly what you want, then you have to throw out 2 of those because ultimately you need to make sure one is a reprint and one is a repose of one of the ones we already have the models for. So just the logistics and reality tends to go in. But we always start off with, here's what we want for all the things. And then, Randall will point out, yeah, but you can't have all the things.
And that's true. But it's not even a specific template per pack. It depends on what type of pack. If it's when we're doing for the Kickstarter, if they're going to be released separately, if it's an exclusive,
right,
those sort of things. But I just kind of take that for granted because when we start, Randall sort of lays that out. One has to be a reprint, one has to be, and we fill in from there. So that's you got it, Brent. But I just kind of take that for granted. And
yeah, it's funny. We always kind of start toward the balance and then instantly go away from it.
Yeah. I also think the one thing is it is obviously always the benefit the BattleTech has that unlike other games where I must have this pack and this is the pack that I then use as my force that I have to build around because I can't go play with your pack because that's a different force. They can all share with each other very easily, so they don't have to have that same constriction that basically every other game in the market does.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just want to touch on real quick. Do you have to look as sexy as Ray to work at CGL? We used to have that policy, which is why we stayed as a very small team for so long. We just couldn't find anybody that matched up to the mark. So ultimately, we had to cut that one so we could expand with the growth of all the new players in BattleTech.
Forgot to say hi to Shock and Awe. Howdy. We got. Are the map packs coming back, Ray?
The map packs or the hex
packs. Words.
Unfortunately, not. But they were great.
Yeah, they were great. They were really cool. Admittedly, all the demise of the hex packs happened before we got into plastics. What killed that was a skyrocketing price on cardboard. Cost on cardboard went up like 460% in one 12-month period.
Yeah.
And it just took them from a great product to we can't fight the math on this one.
And honestly, they suffered from the same thing as what were they? What do we call it? The Lance packs. In that the Lance
packs,
we were using old miniatures as a base.
Old miniatures, old art.
Old art for the hex packs, I think, really is what sunk it. Because if we were using the art that we use now, those things would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
And we've now actually kind of when we're doing specialty packs, we're like thinking, should we add a punch out sheet? Should there be specialty terrain?
Exactly.
I know on one of the upcoming sets we've been talking about terrain that gets dropped in on the battlefield. So some of that stuff can happen, but it's not an entire pack. And a big part of it was also it was super super heavy. And I'm not saying that we got old, but we were suddenly very aware of how heavy our products were. So that one also kind of.
These people don't do as much at conventions anymore as they used to.
No, we have a younger generation that's stepping in. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I think as a positive to that, the hex packs were fantastic at augmenting your maps, but with like how many maps we're at now, it's hard not to find a map that doesn't fit the criteria you're looking for already, and then it matches and looks all pretty because it's already integrated into the map. So there's just so many more options. The need to have the customization just isn't as existent.
Yeah, we learned a lot of things over the course of all that, and I think the strength of the new visuals on the maps is the result of that.
Yeah.
Crazy Lane, can these come out as remade map packs with punch outs like the map pack from Tucaid? That is something that we have discussed.
Maybe, yeah.
And we're always considering as we continue to grow.
6 hex packs in a suitcase made it very heavy.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Fourth manual, Merrick Lau is coming, right?
Yes. Yeah. Force Manual Merrick, Force Manual Lao is in the pipeline. It's just way down.
Well, I think we're on another pause of questions at the moment. Again, if you got any others,
Sure.
please send them in.
This is interesting. What balancing metrics are putting into selecting mechs?
Oh no, we
We did
that.
that
Oh, we
one.
did that
Yeah,
one.
we did that one.
Um,
That is how important is Kickstarter when considering game design? That's a very interesting question. I'm not sure. I haven't thought off the top of my head on when game. I mean, obviously, with a product line, it's a massive deal. You know what?
Yeah.
it can be.
Flashiness is all a part of the Kickstarter marketing, and so absolutely there's certain things that you'd only
Yeah.
do because it's a Kickstarter. You know the Mercenary Kickstarter, the Pre-Center Martial Universe book, that would never go out as a standard product.
No.
But with the Kickstarter, it was a very easy thing to integrate as a part of that. But for a game design, unless you guys have another thought, I'm not sure I've ever had a moment where a game design decision.
Well, no, because
No,
when
'cause
we went into the first one, we went in knowing we were not using the Kickstarter as anything other than a marketing tool.
Yeah,
It was
absolutely.
not a production tool. I mean, it did help, but our primary focus on there was this was a marketing tool in reaching. Because one of the biggest problems that we had was forecasting how many numbers to print in any print run. And it had become such a frustrating thing for us to balance the line. We couldn't even come up with math for the product. So, yeah, it was really Kickstarter as a marketing tool.
It's got a bunch of
Arena
questions.
maps, yeah, that's something that will be happening.
Question. Oh, sorry.
No,
if you were still.
just redoing all the Solaris maps. So yeah.
What were your thoughts about Crash up at the top there?
Creating new
Creating new alternate rules for vehicles, but not touching the rules for the mech combat at all. Were there discussions about the rule improvements for mechs? So yeah,
Okay, yeah. Well, if you're talking about the battlefield support and how we're doing
Right.
pretty much anything non-mech, we've got simplified, sped up rules to add on to the mech combat. Why didn't we do that with mechs? Because mechs are the core of the setting.
Well,
They're
it functioned because the mech rules were working. It was the other
Yes.
things that felt out of balance.
or either out of balance or it became too much, taking the focus away from the
Yeah,
mechs.
too clunky. Yeah.
yeah. No, I mean I cannot compliment enough. And if you guys have not had the opportunity yet, the battlefield support tank system, it's amazing.
Yeah,
It
tanks,
does
infantry,
such a good job.
VTOLs and strafing aerospace fighters. All of those things have been made incredibly user friendly.
Yeah.
Without
Artillery.
overtaking your
So,
battle mech game.
Shout out to Keith Hahn, one of our developers that did a lot of work
Yes.
on that system.
Yeah, no, it's such a good system. Again, it does everything it's supposed to. It is you still one of those. I mean, combined arms. You know, you've got the things here. It just looks really cool. But part of it is that it makes mechs look cool, and they've always made mechs look cool on the map. And now the rules also do the same thing.
Right.
It makes sure that you know mechs are the star of the show, and tanks are here to make the mechs look even cooler because they're not that.
Right. Is the Remembrance book that's part of the Presential Marshall box going to be printed for the general public? I don't actually know.
Not to my knowledge. You know
Not
what?
that I'm
We
aware of.
could at some point put it up as a PDF so that everybody could read.
Yeah.
You know, the thoughts and comments of all the people that have contributed to BattleTech over the years. I could see putting it out there as a free PDF, but
Yeah, I think immediately it's probably not going to be, but in time it will be.
yeah, but as a separate book, no.
Yeah.
No.
I know I just missed a question about what happened to my beard. It's just a little shorter right now. I've just been trying some different things for the first time in a while. I do still have a beard if it's not coming through. And I believe, Jacques and I owe you a response real quick. Please ping me again. I think you were asking me about rules or something, and I was in the middle of helping Randall move. Just as an aside.
No,
please,
jump in.
please ping me again. You had asked me something, and I need to get that to you. I promise I haven't forgotten.
For the premium miniature mini that's at Adepticon right now, is it the Prime variant?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, we have went and verified that.
Okay.
Happy Man asks if we're getting a Force Manual Raven Alliance. The Force Manual treatment for Raven Alliance, we will probably see that as a PDF supplemental of the clans in general in the Ill Clan era. But besides that, you will be getting a lot of information on the Raven Alliance in upcoming source books and fiction.
Okay, let's jump through these pretty fast because they're cycling off the screen. How can someone not currently in the industry pitch for a design to Catalyst or another established company? Brain, you want to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have almost always had a policy at conventions, and I especially recommend if you're at Gen Con, we could do Gen Con, but that's probably the hardest. Come up to us at a show, say you have a game pitch, and almost every time we will look at that game.
You can also reach out to us in advance of a show so we can schedule a time.
Yes,
so that
100%.
Because we do in every major show, we keep blocks of time out to
Yeah.
hear pitches.
And that is a standard policy at most shows.
With
Most game companies, you will go up to them and you can ask for a time slot, and if they have the availability, there is someone there who will take game pitches. That is not universal, but it's actually generally we try our best to always look at a game. And if it's not for us, we will almost always also like go look at this company. You know, we may not do this type of thing, but go look at this other company and they will be better suited for your product.
Yeah, I know Origins used to have the speed dating for game pitching.
Yes.
I don't know if they still do.
There are things like that that still exist. There are first look groups
Yeah.
that you can go find there. Some of them disappeared over COVID.
Yeah.
I don't remember how many of them have come back.
There was a great one at DigiPen that people would fly in to pitch
Yeah.
games, and the quality was exceptional. So there are some. Just keep an eye out for them, and honestly, all companies are willing to hear it.
Yeah.
By the way, I also have seen one recently where somebody did a video submission just because post-COVID it became so difficult, and did their pitch as a video link and downloadable document so we could see what the information. And it was actually quite good.
Yeah, another I cannot recommend enough when making these type of games in this modern age that having a digital way to play the game as well is a huge difference. Putting it on Tabletop Simulator or something like that. We've gotten a pitch for actually Leviathan's card game that we're looking at, and I've enjoyed. But because we're a virtual company, they moved it over onto Tabletop Simulator, which has made it way easier for us to try to decide if it's for us or not.
Definitely. By the way, real quick here, lambs seem to be a hard nut to crack. What makes them so hard to write rules for? Because they're super fast. It instantly turns their defensive modifier so high that on a 2d6 system, the people shooting at them don't have a chance to hit them. They end up kind of swooping and hitting with impunity and flying away, and that's not something you want.
Right, and it's something that doesn't match up in the lore with what they're supposed to be.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody had asked about new Solaris Arena maps, and that's something we
do have in the pipe.
So it's not set when we're gonna get to them, but we already started brainstorming.
It was on the list of things that we wanted to get to. We actually cranked out a huge number of map products. We had over the course of 2023. My team designed and created 4 entirely new map sets plus additional battle map products, the Battle Misery and Thunder Rift. So we had a huge number of stuff in the pipe with 2 additional sets right on its heel. And all of that was before the Solaris pack. So we just ended up with, we got so ahead of production that functionally the design stuff got put on hold while we get production gets caught up.
Yep. Actually, great question. Interest in tournament format seems to be growing. Is this impacting rules or product development?
Definitely product development, and a focus on developing the support, both materials and system for the demo team to have an expansion that's capable of integrating and implementing a real organized play system for our games.
Yeah, and I can say for Leviathans especially, it was built in its old version, the 2012 version, it was not considered much. But when we redesigned the game, tournament play and especially very focused balance play was very much prioritized in its design philosophy, so that can be very easily done. BattleTech has point systems, but because it's a massive game over 40 years, it has struggled to work within those point systems effectively. And a lot of the more recent effort has been put in to try and get to a point where you can do it effectively. Where Leviathans was from the beginning built so that you could very easily do a tournament if you so wished.
Real quick, jumping in here, my book spine's not consistently lining up. Why are we moving away from that? The truth is we just stopped putting a major priority on that because we had no control over it. There is roughly speaking, an up or down 1/8 of an inch that happens at production that there's just no way to adjust for. So I think the importance of the book spine thing kind of, once we completed the core rule set, it stopped being something we really worried about.
Yeah.
over the nuance there.
There were questions about 2 miniatures. Will we see the Urban Mech 2C? And will the Albatross be in the Marek pack? The Urban Mech 2C isn't. We don't have a plan for it just yet. It's not on the list.
Yeah, not in the current
And-
next 2 years.
And we haven't really gotten into the Marek pack yet. But the Albatross is one of my favorites, and we actually had an opportunity, a slot to get that done as a miniature, but we missed the chance. And
Yeah, there were too many other options, and of the options that we wanted to get in there, it was one of the runner-ups. Are mech redesigns a collective decision, or is there a design bible that has to be met for any of the new aesthetics?
That's a collective effort.
It's a collective effort. There is no one Bible. The one Bible is all of us coming together and ultimately coming up with something we agree on. Sometimes we hit it right out of the park on the first try. Sometimes we agonize over it and go redo it 5 times. Really case by case basis. Interest in tournament format seems to be growing. Yeah, absolutely.
That
Um,
I'm not going to go into any more depth on the Leviathans card game because we have neither purchased the game, have not fully committed to it. I promise, at a minimum, I can say it will not be a collectible card game. But outside of that, we'll leave alone until we've actually decided to do it or not.
So this is a really interesting question. It's
the Alpha Strike and the MO.
Oh no, they're asking the Clan Protectorate. Would the Clan Protectorate be in the Free Worlds Force Manual or in the Clan Force Manual for the Ill Clan updates? Which one do they fall? And that's something we actually.
Are we talking mech minis or are we talking in the?
Talking about the source books.
Source book. Okay.
And we have to answer that soon, and we haven't yet. Where
we haven't
are they
yet.
going to land?
We need to.
Yeah.
We have ideas on it, but I have a feeling all of our ideas, as the various stories have developed, need to be updated and compared notes with fact check.
Thank you, Naimas.
One day I'll get the Albatross.
Does Wizards still have the license for the card games of BattleTech?
To our knowledge, that they do absolutely own it. I don't know that it's about a license. I think it's that they own the game.
Own it. Think of it this way:
game mechanics and art.
It's their game. It was BattleTech skinned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. They own the game.
Yes.
There we go. And the word BattleTech is not lined up, and it drives me nuts. Yeah, we're a little OCD too. We get that. Try to be distracted by the shiny pictures and the amazing covers that the art team is doing. Will we see clan vehicle minis? Yes.
Yeah,
we discussed them in the forecasted schedule for the next 2 years.
Yeah, if you could find that's out there right now from the past few days, and there are clan miniatures listed.
The Britannica is doing fantastic. It is right next to my computer. I adore it. Thank you. For scenarios, yes, absolutely. If you're just talking about, a punch out or something, that's something I've absolutely considered. We actually, I've talked about there's the Hindenburg forts that we've alluded to that will be in one of the box sets that is going to have a similar thing. For actual miniatures, that's a little more up in the air, and we'll not commit to anything until after the Kickstarter is fully out and it gets into store shelves, and we're going from there.
Okay, there's a question from Melissa. Basically, BT art models are designed with similar detail styles on the mechs, tanks, VTOLs, etc. Different vehicles aren't like that in real life. Why do this? Well, I think it's actually one of the unique things about BattleTech in that the vehicles were never really designed for one specific faction, and different factions swap these over time. It's definitely something we discuss internally. Is there a style from this one particular manufacturer? Does this faction have a style?
Yeah, I think she's saying that she's seeing that it all looks too similar, and
well, then that becomes an issue about branding and.
Yeah, right now we have a core design team of creators that are trying to create the look and feel, and ultimately the key thing when it comes to game design, it's always about making it fun. When it comes to designing the visuals, we have to make them cool. And I think ultimately what you're just seeing is an inadvertent pattern of when you take the old art and try to give it a bit of a facelift, you're seeing some tendencies and consistencies. And part of that just has to do with we want it to look sci-fi a bit, but still feel true to the original. And it's a push and shove.
As for Loves on Tabletop Simulator, the answer is 100% yes. I've gotten access to it finally. And I get back from this and move. And the moment that move is over, that's the first thing on my plate is to get that off into everybody once I've verified that it's all good. As for having like classic BattleTech on Tabletop Simulator, the project that would be involved in getting classic BattleTech on the Tabletop Simulator is quite large. And when there's things like MegaMech out there that already do most of that, there's never been a real draw for us to put the time and effort into it.
Yeah, I actually did push for the pitch on that. I think Q3 of last year, because I know several of our demo agents have been working on a version of that and stuff, and ultimately of the projects, of the wide variety of projects that are on our bandwidth, the choice was to let's focus our efforts in other places.
Unfortunately, it's just what it comes down to.
Yeah. I'll comment real quick on the Solaris map thing. We recognize that the original Solaris maps, compared to the new ones, the old ones are kind of disappointing. At first, we were just gonna give new art to all those Solaris maps without redesigning anything, because we knew that we could make anything look good. But the moment we started cracking on that, we realized, you know what, we really would like to do some redesigning on some stuff, bring that a bit more into the new century, and add some real WoW and pizzazz, because if there's anywhere that has WoW and pizzazz in the battlefields, it's Solaris. So,
besides which, we don't want to just put all that work into the maps and put them out into the wild. We want, when we choose to do that, we're going to turn our focus to Solaris and be able to have some, either whether it's new game mechanics, some new publication, source material, as well as fiction, so we could get a good look at Solaris.
Definitely punch outs for that. All the
because aside from those Fan Pro reprints, it's been 30-something years since we got a good look at Solaris.
Yeah.
So we don't want to just put those out there even like Fan Pro did.
Yeah. Full size Jacob Kincaid poster. When?
I thought you had one already.
That is a great thing to do a private commission to the artist of your choice.
What is your favorite light mech, and why is it the Hermit Crab?
I love the concept for the Hermit Crab. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to be a part. I was too busy to touch it when we did create the Hermit Crab. The original pitch was it was supposed to be a really scaled down version of the King Crab, because when Harebrained Schemes did their BattleTech game, the first mech they brought in was a king crab. They just scaled it down to be all the various sizes.
That was so
So
funny.
when Randall and I went in, were you with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Randall, Brandon, and I went in as technical advisors and sat down to play this thing, and we just could not stop giggling over these teeny tiny little king crabs, which the game thought were Jenners, but they were jumping and running really fast, and it was adorable.
It was so funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide. I play mostly mediums, but of the lights, most of my favorites, like the Piranha or the Fire Moth, which are just designed to run up behind someone and unload all their shots. But I think I do have to go with the Jenner still, is probably my favorite of the light
Jenner
mechs.
is one of the all-time.
It just does its job so well and looks good doing it.
Yeah.
Favorite light mech, Ray?
Favorite light mech? What are light mechs?
Well, while you're thinking, Wolfen, Dola, Gunsmith, and Roko Rokubi.
That's a good category.
They're all so fantastic. They punch way above their weight class. They're so dangerous.
I mean, I almost don't want to answer it, but I just always go back to the Locust.
You go back to the Locust.
It's just iconic.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll take the Flea. The Flea is so wicked.
We had some really good variants in the Jihad.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, see if we've got some more questions in there. Heavy crab coming when?
That's the new meme.
Yeah.
And so my answer is the heavy crab is the Marauder.
I mean, that's fair. I remember actually last year at this streaming, there was a whole discussion we had over what would be that, and they all came up with like crazy amount of names. The stream did.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I think it's like Steel or Iron Crab that won out as I think the favorite from them. But no, Marauder makes a lot of sense for that.
It really does.
Yeah.
Or something based on the Marauder chassis that's modified for some reason that an author can come up with.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a really good question. Why don't we align the release of products more in some form, like releasing a novel at the same time as a particular lance pack that's featured in the story?
That is a
And
unicorn we have been chasing since we redesigned all these.
We try, and we have tried in the past, and
Yeah.
we really try to align those things. But the best thing we could do is to feature in our fiction products that are readily accessible. We try and push for that without trying to completely cut off,
Yeah.
pieces of the universe.
Yeah.
But
So there, if you're done, I'm sorry.
no.
There is an element here, and I want to throw it out to you because there is a right and a wrong on this, which we have experimented with and learned that no, there's a reason why there's a rule for this. We had established the fiction drives the line. The craft of the story, the narrative, and the plot lines has to come from the writers because frankly they're better writers than us game developers and art people are. So we love the idea in a perfect world of the novel coming first and determining where things are going to go. Once we have that outline, then the source book can begin development of here's this things let's find ways to structure a product for that. But ultimately, having both come to fruition at exactly the same time or even within 4 weeks is really kind of it's not a reliable way to go because either the chicken or the egg has to come first.
Yeah.
And it should always be the fiction. Now, we try to have then the source book come out at the same time. Admittedly, there's a lot less gaming fact check on a novel than there is on a source book, so invariably that seems to take longer than it does for novels to get through the pipeline and go off to print. And I would say that's usually the main reason why there is somewhat of a delay. I'm glad none of you have asked, and why don't you come out with the new mechs that are featured in that fiction and source book at the same time? Because that's something we've never been able to pull off, but we tried with Tukade, and that was the closest we've ever come. And it is a car we're going to continue to chase until we run into it.
So the closest thing that we're doing that with are these faction packs that are supposed to be released very close to the Force manual, and that's why you see that we've only got about the first 3 or so factions covered, because it's going to be the Force manuals are going to come out that far apart. So, with the next 2 years, we have the Davian, Karita, Steiner, and some invading clans. So,
serious question. If each of you had 12 months of time dedicate, what cool new thing would you add to BattleTech or Leviathans?
So I only have a boring answer here. I have 12 months. I'm going to dedicate it to getting Leviathans out first and foremost. I'd be disingenuous to say anything other than all that matters to me is getting the Kickstarter out to all the fans. Obviously, there's tons of cool things I think about. We were just talking about a card game there. I want to get the other factions out after that, of course. Cool miniatures to go along with that. But all I personally care about is at this moment, with the time I have, getting Leviathans into people's hands.
Mhm.
So let's go over to more interesting answers than that, hopefully.
I don't think I have an interesting answer. Weird answer. If I could have 12 months,
12 glorious months.
that just means I'd be able to do everything I'm doing with more time. So there's that. Second to that, if I could devote a year just myself, it probably would be to aerospace rules.
Would it?
I think so, because there's the demand. We
Yeah.
just don't have.
Yeah, just don't have the time to pour into it because you got to really dedicate.
And following that, maybe it's just because we discussed it, but really build up a lot of stuff for Solaris.
Okay.
I don't want to get into that, but not simply a new Solaris set of rules. Not like that. I think we could do Solaris in a big way.
We could.
Across several things. Put it that way.
But it would take some razzle dazzle. I can see why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mine is actually really easy. We had one of the main things when we overhauled the visuals on the line and the storylines and reviewed all the plot lines is we realized one of the biggest hurdles we were having to bringing in new players into the game is during the jihad, all the mercenaries got killed off. We had planned for a virtual explosion of mercenary units, mercenary stories, products and things, novels, fictions, plot lines for mercenaries, because that's where most new players will dabble. And it's still to this day is one of those things that pinned on my to-do list. That's the top of the list every week, and it just never ends up percolating to the top because there's always a fire to put out or something. We got to rush out the door, and that's just kind of the new. Really focusing on say, if I had 12 months, I could do 12 mercenary products and really get that out so that there's 12 brand new mercenary units, 4 players to play in the Innersphere with interesting plot lines and characters.
Yeah. Is there anything in the BattleTech Total War rule set as it stands that you think should be streamlined a bit more?
Well, my answer is that Total Warfare should be the BattleTech manual.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, that's exactly what's happening with the tanks. That is a streamlining of a decent chunk of the Total Warfare rulebook turned into a more simple version. And alongside that, any of the aerospace stuff, as we've been discussing this whole time, we would love to do the same thing for that.
I'm going to go a slightly different direction. The thing we've always talked about wanting to do and have never actually cracked the nut on, evolving the record sheets. There's a lot of things about the way we create, like the software and stuff that we create the record sheets that on the back end is very clunky. We would like the pips to be bigger. We'd like the placement of the images to be a little bit different. We'd like to have more space for like details on the character. A character an RPG element space. Finding new ways to justify things, converting them to color so that the heat scale is actually green through yellow, orange, and red, and have like indicators over to where those heat effects are. Just little nuances of we can make something look better now than the record sheets were designed in the 80s.
Who's that?
Ray's brain, by the way. He's over here thinking about pulling it off.
I'm waiting for a pitch for a new sheet.
Yeah.
Who was that in the shirt vest with the English coat of arms? I was wearing the same thing. I watched them walk by. That was super cool, but I have no idea who that was.
You get 100 internet points.
How about the Black Thorns? Is that bringing by your comment about bringing them in the modern? Or?
No,
yeah, so I don't know if
it's just a joke because they sort of died off screen.
Well, we had talked about actually one of the active pitches that we had out to John Helfers is we were considering doing a Blackthorns novel because they died off camera, where we actually see them die.
Bring back Succession Wars. If you're referring to the board game, we have actually mentioned in the past that we are doing two things. We are making a new Succession Wars modern game and similar style to Succession Wars, but brought to much more modern design philosophy like we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
As well as potentially looking at just reprinting Succession Wars. So,
by the way, Dana Robinson's comment about, I'm sorry, where'd it go? Combat Engineers. Dana Robinson's Combat Engineers, for what it's worth, we will be doing the RPG this upcoming year. The Combat Engineers will be character archetypes and details in there, and I believe in the Battlefield support there is also a Combat Engineers playable cards for impacting storyline elements, if I remember correctly. It could have been a pack in development. I
don't remember on that one for the Mercenary box.
We play so much stuff that hasn't come out yet, but I
know. No, as a real aside, going back to again the conversation about game design specifically, addition creep is such a real part of dealing with making games. Trying to remember what does and doesn't, what is and isn't a part of the game currently, and teaching that to others and making sure that you update your rules accordingly is such a hazard. It's ridiculous.
This is interesting. It would be neat to see a combined arms manual like the BattleTech manual.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ray's going to get on that.
There's a question from Melissa?
Yeah. Any plans to release pre-made campaigns similar to D&D with scenarios laid out for a full campaign? You should get on that.
Yes.
Do you have robot minions on that?
Yes. I
Excellent.
can't really get into it. But yeah.
I see Michael stalking me. Are we done? Are there 5 minutes? Okay.
Yep, we're still good.
But we're getting good questions.
Any last question? We got about 5 minutes left for the segment. So if any last burning questions, get them in now.
Yeah, reorganizing the pips on the record sheets would be a huge upgrade. Yeah, that's a perfect example of one of those things we could evolve. Since you have the universe book on the table, are there some nice pages that you can show us? That's a great idea.
Let's pick something at random. Oh,
pretty map. Hard to go wrong with a pretty map.
Pretty map.
Do we have a camera?
Camera's
No.
right there.
It's over there. You're going to have to hold it up to the audience.
Several maps like this throughout the book. Let's flip something random. The Twilight of Smoke Jaguar.
Fox Patrol swag win. I love how popular Fox Patrol is.
That's awesome.
We've got them in the last page of the book. Notable mercenaries right there.
That's when.
So we've got them there.
If all you do, Talon is the one that makes the swag. So if you just do Talon at CatusGameLabs.com, Fox Patrol swag win, and get a bunch of people doing that, that will increase the likelihood.
Yep.
I mean that is both a joke and entirely seriously.
Yeah, he's incredibly distractible.
So I know some people like this. This is the map of 3025, and if you check here at the bottom right under the Capella Confederation, you've got House Arano. How are we doing on time?
I think we got I think mine says to 5 still. Is that all right?
I'd love to see an explanation in tripod mechs. There was a crazy thought involving miniatures and game mechanics on a popular game. Things spiraled out of control. Continue.
We are taking them back. They will be cool again.
Ooh, Arano unofficial map. Yep.
Cannons, nice.
Yep. The
Plasma
Exodus.
rifle and plastic win.
That actually is Rec Guides 1, right? Plasma rifles were in the updated versions of the classic mechs.
But they wanted in plastic.
Well, it's the same mech. It would, yeah.
They want their plastic version.
I actually love that gun.
When will I
Plasma
get
rifle's awesome.
every single mech and every variant option in plastic now, Brent?
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yes.
You heard it here. Tuesday in 4 days. Take that to the bank.
Your art guy said.
Yes. Brent said on a stream.
I can make it look good. What can I say? Gravewalker's Rise. You're welcome for sharing.
Saying tripods will be cool again suggests they aren't cool now.
Hey, there you go.
You know, I do remember a kit bash one from the Clicks days when somebody did a light mech kit bash of a tripod.
Mhm.
It looked so good.
I mean,
That
the
was so
tripods
impressed.
are cool. They just exist amongst the Dark Age, which is just always just stands aesthetically
Work, yeah.
at a side to BattleTech that it's always been a little odd. But they are objectively cool. They're just a little less BattleTech feely than
Yes.
normal.
BattleTech Feely, I like that. That's a good descriptor.
They've also been restricted to a losing faction.
One
Yes.
that died.
Yeah, that died, but now in the storyline,
Yeah, didn't they get
almost
didn't
everybody
some
has
sell 'em?
access to
Yeah, I
them.
thought some people took them.
Yeah.
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 Friggin' Devlin not sharing his toys.
I will admit, one of the best kit bashes from that era, though, was the chassis of the mech was actually just an SM1, and then they put on legs and added arms, so it was. I think they made it into a blood asp, and it was a good looking blood asp. If you guys have any big questions for Caddis, we'll be doing a Q&A. Oh, that.
All right, then. It seems like we're hitting the end right there. I'd like to thank all of our wonderful panelists for all their hard work. Brent Evans, Bryn Bills, and of course, the magnificent Ray Aracia, who cannot be thanked enough for all that he does We have to say that repeatedly because it's so true. Exactly as we saw on the screen right there, we are going to be doing a question and answer period with some of the Catalyst directors at 7 o'clock tonight and over the next few days. But we're about to take an hour-long break so that everyone can rest, recharge, and then come back for your burning questions. So take
Not
that
that you
time
need
right now.
that.
Yeah, I'm fine. So, once again, please take this time to come up with your burning questions, and we look forward to answering them at 7 p.m. tonight. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
everyone.
It's so big.
Is it?
That it's yeah. I mean, it's
Oh, the trapper
dude.
keepers.
Every
Okay.
single bit of space in that booth is taken up.
Okay.
So we showed it off for the Kerinskis.
They like it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Baba's baboons.
Want to
They were
see?
sent to the inner sphere to scout things out.
What, Thundercats?
No, it's a baboon.
It's the dragoons
The
Wolf's
Wolf's
Dragoon
Dragoons,
baboon.
Baba's Baboons.
from the Clan
So it-
Spaniel cartoon.
Yeah, it's a whole. Love it. Oh,
All the characters.
Oh, they can hear us.
What's that?
Love
Hey,
it.
Daniel, how you doing, buddy?
I can hear you.
Yes. A hasty temper, inflated honor, and an excess of concern for his men.
That was a dramatic reading from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, annotated by Jamie Wolf, read by our fearless leader, Lauren Coleman.
A little fearful.
A little fearful.
A little fearful.
So we are back here at Adepticon, streaming once again. We have a great time doing these. Great show. This really has become one of my all-time favorite shows I get to go throughout the year. And we love being able to do these live streams, answer questions. So hopefully you have a ton of those coming for us. For those that may be joining us, yeah, I saw that. For those that may be joining us just now, we have the four of us here. My name is Randall Bills. I'm the creative director at Catalyst Game Labs, and I've been doing BattleTech for an epically long time. We have Ray Arastia, who's the current line developer. He kind of sits in the shadows a little too often. I try to push him to the forward, but he likes to be in the shadows. Brent Evans, our art director extraordinaire.
Senior art director in charge of making stuff look good.
Yep, and almost always does. In fact, is one of the
One
few.
time.
One time. Touch dragons, baby, and never gonna let him forget it.
No.
And then Lauren Coleman, the head poobah of Catalyst, author extraordinaire,
Creative visionary.
and on and on and on.
And I'm not saying I also write as Mike Stackpole. I'm just saying that very few have ever seen me and Mike Stackpole in the same room. So.
That is very true.
Yeah.
That is very true. We didn't see it at KrinskyCon, so
See?
yeah.
He's not here now. He was here a little while ago, though.
Yeah, but now he's
Yeah.
not. So then once again. So, anyways, we're here to answer questions. Hopefully, we have a lot of people that are going to be popping in and answering lots of questions. I'm still waiting for. Is that stream? Are you guys coming up with questions? You guys gotta have more questions for us. So please keep them coming. In the meantime, what was some of your favorite questions that were asked from the last stream?
We got asked about lambs and why they're so tough. That was actually pretty quick and easy to deal with.
Because they're cool.
Yeah. What's the process like of all of us agreeing on which mechs go in the mech packs?
Lots of Duke Nukem there, man.
Yeah. They asked us if we
What a-
focus on balance. We're like, no, not really.
No, it's flavor. It's what fits right. What
Yeah,
looks cool.
What sounds fun, and then we throw two of those out and
And
replace
then
other
keep
two.
going, and then beat each other up, and then sometimes you're like, I have to have this one in, people,
Yep.
and the others are like, okay, but then I get one of those chits, those future chits to call my own.
We literally trade favors.
Yep.
Anthony hasn't figured out yet that he can make whatever he wants, and we'd be forced to put him in the box no matter what.
Yeah.
Shh, don't say that out loud.
Oh, they use my loud voice again? We went the wrong eye again. Dang.
We actually have a question from Melissa. Who
Hi,
are
Melissa.
who are each of your favorite not well-known characters in the lore?
Ooh,
Not
like,
well-known characters.
not well-known characters.
Ooh,
Could-
that's fun.
That's an excellent one.
I'll go first while you think.
Sure.
Tara Bishop was one of the first named characters during the Dark Age. She had her own specialty mech. It was an excellent mech. And in the era of those early releases where most of the mechs just completely were terrible, she was awesome. And she died off camera in one of the novels. Never showed it. And then we secretly turned her into Ghost Knight. She showed up over the course of the following stuff over the battles for Terra.
That's
But,
awesome.
But yeah, we had to find a way to do that character justice for the few people that actually cared what happened to Tara Bishop.
Nice.
Does the Davian spy count? Well, Mike Stackpole originally invented him. I got to use him one time. I can't remember his name. The one that helped unmask Catherine. Help me out here. What was his name?
Oh, was that one of the Alards?
No, it wasn't. That's why I was trying to think. He was a very definitely not a main character, but he had a couple good.
Trying to
little
remember who
chapters.
that was.
He was man. Trivia question, guys. Come on, this makes us look bad.
Yeah, I got nothing.
It's like tickling the
18
back.
I know. What's that?
Karatus?
That's it. Kratos.
Ooh,
Kratos.
nice, pulling that out,
No,
sir.
not me. That's
Yeah.
from the stream.
Oh,
that's-
nicely
I was gonna say,
done.
dude, Matt,
Nicely done, Lorcan.
He just when he was on screen, he did cool stuff.
Yeah,
And just didn't have to go out there and pull the gun. He was just deadly dangerous, lurking in the corner.
yeah. Actually, I wrote one of my favorite side characters. So that
Those aren't
sounds.
fair.
I know that's. Well, Snow in the Pandora's Gambit started out as I'm a little sick and tired of every female in BattleTech being a femme fatale, and so she's just kind of a ugly little bundle of awesome, and I really enjoyed her.
You actually one of your favorite characters was from the source book lore, though. Snowfire. It was
Snowfire, yeah,
yeah.
one of the
you were
assassins.
always
from
fascinating.
I
She's
loved
like
her.
she's like a one drop-in mention in one
Yep.
source book.
I love those sort of things, though.
Yeah.
Same thing with like the Black Pearl was another great one. Just
Yeah.
total drop-in name, and now we actually have her in the Legends book.
Mhm.
So yeah, I love that
I
sort of
got to
stuff.
admit, though, that lead Nekakami agent, when they from the Twilight of the Clans, where they're infiltrating the base, and then the Elemental finds him, he's like, "I got this. You go."
Yeah.
He dies.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, he died.
Also, like in Wolves on the Border, when the 7th Commandos are going
Yeah,
down, and
oh,
the same
yeah.
guy, you'll remember it in the halls,
Mhm.
that type of thing. And then after the fact, finding out that they kind of sort of knew where they were going, but not really. So they just told Charette to make crap up that sounded a little interesting. And he made crap up that sounded interesting, and that got
Wait, that
pulled into
happens?
I know, right?
No, it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. Okay, what's the next ones?
Okay. What product did you want most to do but couldn't get to work?
Oh,
But
couldn't get to work.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's interesting because one of the nice things about doing this since the dawn of time is even when it takes
works
15
eventually.
years, it works
Exactly.
eventually, right?
Exactly.
Like
Yeah,
the
combat manuals were the
how
big
about
one, and ultimately they
well, that's another one.
It didn't work the first time or when
Right.
you wanted it to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the clan box set was a decade and a half coming to fruition.
Yep.
And so, you know,
I
there's been very little that I haven't finally been able to get out, but some
Yeah.
of them take a long
yeah.
time.
I pitched Breaking the Game World years before I actually got to write the story because it just didn't fit where
Yeah.
everybody was too busy. It didn't fit
Oh,
the
yeah.
schedule.
So yeah, we've been really lucky. And that goes for, by the way, you would find that in any hobby or in any company
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
where they pitch something and sometimes it just takes a good long time for it to come around. Okay, we got another one.
Is it just BattleTech or is all things Catalyst? Sure. Ask anything Catalyst you want. What could go wrong with that?
Yeah.
I got this.
No, yeah, ask
might
away.
be-
Uh,
Our old
So
streams
someone
published?
asked if we could
I
republish.
they're
thought
still
they
out there
were.
on the YouTube
I thought they
somewhere.
were, yeah, up on our YouTube channel.
Someone's asking if we could republish the streams from last year. They've all been taken down, so I
Oh,
will ask
we'll
about
we'll
that.
look into it.
man.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, I didn't know they got taken.
I
down.
didn't. Yeah, let's get them back up
I
there.
thought the one saying it
completely
was on the
agree.
internet, it never went away.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll admit the original Clan Invasion box was the one that I had in mind. Yeah, that's just it. It took took forever, but we finally got it out.
Leviathan took 3 years.
Might taken 4. That
Yeah,
was another super painful one, but
we don't
luckily
give up on things.
we just keep kind of banging our head against it. Will there be House American compelling Met packs in the future? Absolutely, there will.
Definitely.
We had I did a Q&A with our demo agents last night. Yeah, I think it was last night. And they had the exact same question, and our response was kind of the same, which is, there's just so much to do, and trying to pick and choose.
Yeah.
And trying to also fit the stories while fitting the combat manual or the force manuals that are coming. And so even though you guys saw that giant list, if suddenly next year a Free Worlds League is coming out, that's because suddenly we pivoted a little bit because we had a great idea pitched story-wise, or, so these will
2-packs, right? We have 2-packs planned for
almost all of them get 2-packs. Sometimes they don't. I think it was James that actually said it should be split up as warring faction packs of something to fit that Free Worlds vibe. But absolutely, we have them coming. We just got to get there.
What color? What is that?
What color does the Catalyst Company pen have?
When
will we get company
pens?
We have a company pen?
Well, we actually, the demo agents had Catalyst pens. I think I still have some a long time ago. It was just green, or no, it wasn't green. I wanted it to be green. It was just a blue one, regular blue one.
Can we get a Catalyst green ink?
I mean, I don't see why not.
I'm not sure what good it would do, but it's kind of fun.
I'm with you.
There's the second at the bottom for you, Lauren.
Thank you. Is it? I can't read the name.
Tenkawa BC.
Tenkawa BC. Appreciate it. My whole family appreciates it, and it's time for me to get back to work.
Is Explorer Core going anywhere? Could we get an exploration novel or something?
We haven't done anything with them for a long time. The problem is, unless they're going to find something worth finding out there, the stories are kind of a dead end.
Yeah, usually what happens when we get asked that question, we almost always say the same thing, which is we need to find the right story.
Yeah.
Right?
What are they going to find?
And so while sometimes we say, hey, we have this cool thing, more often than not, it's actually the authors coming to us saying, oh my gosh, I had this cool idea for an Explorer Core story. Yeah. And we listen, and our response is like, well, no, it's not that cool.
Can they find a lost colony with all the original Starlink mechs? No.
Yeah, exactly. Or they do something.
There's a lost Davian air on that planet.
Yeah.
No.
Or they do pitch us something cool, and absolutely, we go with it.
One of the nice things about that, though, in my opinion, we know there were a bunch of planets out there that ultimately basically got abandoned or just not regularly put on dropship or jump ship travel ways. which gives us a lot of areas where people and players can go create their own campaigns and stories.
Yeah.
It's like BattleTech Explorer. Well, BattleTech Explorer was really kind of invented, I think, to be one of those things that kind of like leaned us into the clans originally.
Yeah.
Bless you.
So there was nothing other than finding the clans out there. There wasn't much more for them to do. This isn't like a Star Trek universe where there's worlds to discover and new cultures to assimilate. I mean, to explore.
Yeah. How is BattleTech Aces going? As a matter of fact, we had a fantastic meeting here at the show, and it is all going to start moving full steam ahead. We don't have a lot that we can really share at the moment, but know that we've cleared some excellent hurdles, and it's going to be all steam ahead. I imagine within 2 months or so, we'll have a lot of cool details to start being able to share. How is the European hub coming along?
That is a great question.
I love that question. I'm looking at Ray. He's over here not paying attention. So
because he wouldn't
He's
know
very
about that
intensely not
question.
looking.
Should I answer that question?
Because he wouldn't know anything about that question.
It's further along than it's ever been.
We're at the front of the line.
No, I don't think we are. But
I never imagined in my wildest
It would be this
dreams it would be this difficult.
So-
And it has just proven
So the biggest
so
roadblock, the biggest
painful.
roadblock right now, other than the I think the apathy we're getting from one of our partners is that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to solve that. And we are solving that. We've hired a company called Simply That, which is a complete lie. There's nothing simple about that.
Because it's ridiculously complicated.
It's so crazy hard. But we are, last I talked to the people involving with Simply That, we have answered every question they have asked us. We have submitted every document they have wanted, every form they've wanted, and we are now waiting on them again. So,
Yeah.
will it happen next month? No. Will it happen this year? I am ever the optimist.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I was really hoping next month, honestly. I really was.
I'm ever the optimist it'll happen this year.
Yeah. Yeah. That into the EU is such a pain right now. Yes. Yes, it is.
We had noticed.
Yes.
We
It
did.
is. He called our controller, who is working on doing a lot of the work for us right now, started calling it the Hydra, because every time he smacks down one section, suddenly another section surges up, and the amount of hours he had to put into just the last little bit, much less the months we've been working on this. So it is.
So this one's interesting. Will the next Kickstarter be about the Innersphere houses? I'm going to say yes and no. It's only going to be about one house. Everything's going to be about House Merrick, because we think that's where the core of all the stories should be.
But
I'm being sarcastic.
Both the Kickstarters were about the Inner houses.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
One was in response to the clans, that big clan story. One was a response to Mercenaries, which is a big part of the BattleTech universe. Will it be only? I mean, if we told only about them.
Well, not only that, but even in the clan invasion,
Yeah.
unit-wise,
Yeah,
it's 50-50, right?
no, Innersphere got way more mechs than the clans did,
Yeah.
because the Innersphere just has way more mechs
Yeah.
than the clans.
So whoever asked that question, what part of the Inner houses are you not seeing that you want to? Just more house specific mech force packs, or
Purple Bird.
what is it you'd like to see?
Purple Bird. All Comstar, all the time.
All
Nothing but
Comstar all the
Nobody likes
time.
playing Comstar.
Nobody wants to play Comstar. Looking down through it, making sure we got all the other questions answered. The Explorer Core book will feature the return of the tete-a-tete. Oh, that poor book.
World Clans
I want-
box set.
I want to say Explorer Core for Shrapnel. Why not? Go ahead. I mean, that's what Shrapnel is there to test out story ideas, and as long as the editors look at it and go, no, that breaks our continuity.
I believe, I'm hoping I'm not stepping out of line there, but I believe John said of the last like 5 or 6 issues, there's been a brand new author in every single issue.
Yeah.
So it is a fantastic way to explore new authors and new
So
ideas.
if they want to do an Explorer Core story, that's a great place to
That is
try
a
it.
great place, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, at the Cons and Kerensky's, we had that question about the bug box.
Yes.
Were we thinking we would do like 4 of each, or I can't imagine an entire
not-
box
well,
company dedicated to one.
So when he says the bug box, he means, the locust, stinger,
Stinger.
flea, all of those bug names, but because there's a fair number of people that like to just field them in mass, particularly on the Alpha Strike
we actually
side.
have rules for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not to fall too down the rabbit hole on the production side, but one of the issues is that nearly all of our mechs are molded 2 mechs to a mold. And so let's say there's a locust in one and maybe there's a Wolverine in the other one. And so then if we're just doing shots to run the locust, then what are we doing with that other mech? I don't exactly know that list. I actually like the idea of a cool company pack of those.
Yeah.
I need to work with our manufacturer Leah to get a list of all those to kind of build that out. But ultimately, the idea I think is very cool and would be pretty inexpensive for us to get it out. Very similar in the because we wouldn't put it on store shelves. I don't think.
No. I was thinking
But
like
something,
the company box.
the company box, e-flute box, and just sell it at conventions or online. Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a follow-up question. If we do such a box, Melissa says she'd prefer different poses, so they're not multiples of the exact same thing.
Yeah, see that
That's
gets more complicated because then you're there. There is no such thing as doing a variant without doing a new mold. It just doesn't work that way.
It's a new mech.
It's an entirely new mech from a production standpoint, which means that the entire cost of it must be carried, which means it has to be in a full production, 10 to 15 to 20,000 units. I'm just not sure we could pull that off. I think the only compromise we could come to is putting out one of those boxes, but it'd have to all be the same poses.
Yeah.
So, but we'll continue to discuss and look at it.
Any updates on Kickstarter going out in June? This sounds like Strategies 15. A superior strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won. Let's just go with that.
I think we are looking good to ship soonish. How about we call it that?
I would say if we're not started by June, I'm going to basically just completely
flip the table.
Yeah, I'm going to rage flip the table.
We are actually there you go. We are incredibly close.
Unfortunately, it says
to starting.
Commander receives his commands from the Sovereign, so it puts it back on me, I think.
Yeah.
So that's not really helping.
No, we are incredibly close. Everything is done in production. It's all now moving to hubs, and it's just dealing with the insane delays of worldwide shipping.
Yeah,
so,
we just had 3 ships delayed at the Panama Canal for an extra couple of weeks, so
So we didn't have all of our new product that we're supposed to have here at the show. None of it came.
Yep.
So we're working on it, but
we're
pretty
good at unloading trucks. If we just send everybody down to the Panama Canal, pull them off, run them all the way down to the other end of the canal, put back.
How far could it really be?
Right.
I would say, the Kickstarter really should be starting in or right before June. Now, remember, starting in June would be great. It's still going to take anywhere from, I would say, 3 to 4 months to get the whole thing out. It took 2 months last time, 6-7 weeks minimum last time, and that was with half the number of people and half. So, even if it starts in June, it probably ain't done until August if we're lucky. But yes, that is. I really want to say it'll start before June.
With everything moving to hubs, you have an EU hub who is doing EU shipping. So we're talking 2 slightly different things.
Mm-hmm.
The Kickstarter specifically fulfills 4 distribution companies that are tailor-made for that. So QML, who is the company we're using in the U.S., is then contracting with specific companies that do this thing for Kickstarters into the EU.
Yeah.
When we're talking about a distribution hub, meaning our normal products, that's completely separated from the Kickstarter, and that's the thing that is just taking forever to nail down.
And I don't know the name of the EU Kickstarter hub is, do you?
No, not off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I don't know who QML contracted with.
QML is responsible for all of it.
Yep.
Thoughts on the B&N BattleTech Encounters release? Yes, I have several thoughts on the B&N Encounters BattleTech release.
Yeah.
Let's see what the book says.
Yeah.
Let's see what the book. In the midst of difficulties, if we are always ready to seize an advantage, we may extricate ourselves from misfortune. I kind of like that one, actually. That's not bad. So obviously it escaped the lab and got out there. What happened was, I can go ahead and say what happened.
What had happened?
There
was-
we had actually there was a little while we had thought we would be shipping the Kickstarter last year, like December, starting in December, so we can say fulfilling now in 2023 through 2024. When we were planning for that and things were lined up properly for that at the time, B&N had put in a proper purchase order for encounters that would release in or near December of last year. This is what caused the confusion. When things moved and we did take encounters off the list to release, when the game came in, someone just saw an existing B&M purchase order and went, oh, it's finally here. And they didn't check to see if there was a street date attached to it, which was not now. So it was just as someone in the warehouse was trying to do us a favor, ended up breaking street date on that product, and B&N now has a early release of encounters. That is the short version of what happened. What are we going to do about it? There's just anything we try to do at this point is going to cause more confusion and damage to BattleTech than it will solve. Do we like the fact that it's out there early? No. Is it a critical part of the Kickstarter? No. It's not like it's the Mercenaries box set or one of the new Force packs. So our thoughts are we don't like that it happened, but we're not going to disrupt one of our good partners out there who, B&N didn't do anything wrong. They acted in good faith. It was just a mistake. And if that's the only mistake that happens on street dates, I'll be satisfied. So we understand that for those of you who backed the Kickstarter, it's kind of a bummer, but let's face it, it's not the biggest thing you were waiting on. So let's let B&N have that one and focus on just getting this Kickstarter out to everybody. That's the best thing I can say about it.
This one's interesting. I realize it was meant as kind of a joke, but the question is, if it's not shipped by June, can Randall just bring some pledges to the UK Games Expo? Obviously not bringing pledges, but might you be able to bring sample example product? Or is that not something you're able to do?
I could show it off just like we did here.
Right, exactly.
Like we have materials to show off. Absolutely. I mean,
but not the
Randall can't bring pledges because first of all, that'd be thousands of people all saying, "Please bring mine."
Yeah.
Well, they would stop him at the airport no matter what he did.
Yeah.
It'd be a container full of products.
I personally, fingers crossed, am still hoping that we're going to be selling this stuff at UK Expo, but that requires many things to come together correctly. So, is there a mech that Randall wants in plastic?
Yeah.
I would say the mechs I wanted in plastic the most, we have announced the Celestials. Brent and I had such a blast putting those together.
And I cannot wait to see Anthony.
I cannot wait to see what Anthony does. I would say after that, looking at the giant list of what we already have, I still have a huge soft spot for the Blood Kite. That was in the Field Manual Crusader Clans as part of my Blood Spirits. So I think that I have no idea if that will ever appear, but I would love to see that sometime.
Which one was it?
The Blood Kite.
The Blood Kite?
Yeah.
Good one.
I think we still ultimately still owe you a solitaire. Somewhere.
Solitaire. Did we ever get the Wraith in there yet?
Oh yeah, we got the Wraith.
Yeah, the Wraith was in the Alpha Strike box.
Sagittaire's out there.
Sagittaire was in the Aerodynamic Light Horse.
Love that.
We have the Solitaire lined up in some future pack. I can't remember where it's at.
Yeah, Ray is still waiting on the light and medium class Marauders.
And the Urmec Lamb. Oh no, he got those now.
He got those.
Okay.
He still got those. Okay, we have do we have a timeline for when shipping will be charged for the Kickstarter?
Yes, actually, we do.
I'm like, I was just looking at that.
If you haven't noticed, I believe yesterday a reminder should have gone out to all backers to please confirm and or do any updates on your addresses. That'll be the first of 3 warnings you'll have to lock your addresses down. One big push over the next couple weeks, and then a big push right before they start shipping. Following that, in the next couple of days, probably Monday or Tuesday, you should see an email saying your account will be charging you for the balance on your Kickstarter soon. So those of you who completed your survey and paid for your material, both shipping and VAT are being uploaded right now. And as soon as they are fully uploaded, we will send out a warning, about a 7-day warning saying, we're going to charge you soon. That way you can get your accounts ready. And then there will be multiple attempts to charge until they all go through. I would say the plan is to have it, we want to basically relock everything somewhere right around mid-April, like 12th to 15th.
I think that's what was on the
So
schedule.
there'll be a warning. Then we will start charging, and then there will be abilities to go in there and update your payment information and all that other kind of stuff as needed. But yes, very soon now, in the next few weeks.
Yeah, Daniel said that he hadn't gotten any email reminder, so we may want to check into that.
I will check. That's for the address.
That first address reminder.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will check with Backer Kid as to where that might be.
Thank you, Daniel.
I was told it would be out this week.
Yep. Can you try to get BT into the Canadian version of Barnes and Noble, which is called Indigo? Huge big box bookstore chain in all of the malls.
That's a good question, actually.
Who we talked to about that?
Probably Ross.
Ross Jepson?
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
that's a great idea.
What's it called? Indigo?
That's a good one.
Indigo.
Hey, I'm going to just text Ross right now, because what else you got to do? Coming back from Antarctica.
Coming back from Antarctica.
Yeah.
McEvity's Folly Beast Pack.
You know, that's funny. We never once discussed that, but we got a whole lot of really cool, weird infantry, like the Dragon Riders and the hover bikes and those ostrich cavalry.
But we just
Ray's
can't.
looking at me funny.
Well, because
That's fair.
Well,
we talked about infantry.
We can't do conventional infantry the way we do it through Leah. Now we've talked about maybe we try some stuff through the premium line.
Yeah.
That's a good way to do it.
We could barely pull off the elementals, and it was a painful process. They had to redo that mold like 3 freaking times.
What are they trying to do?
Conventional infantry. It just can't be done the way Leah does it.
Yeah.
I think John at Monster Fight Club might be able to do that.
Yeah.
And trying to do an experiment of some
text
conventional infantry. I think that's a cool experiment.
Right. It's just so small that
it's just too small.
You can't really see you can't see faces. You can barely see that they're holding a gun.
Well, they also just can't manufacture it. It just it starts to fall apart.
In resin, you could get something decent.
Yeah, I think.
But people are doing it.
Yeah,
people are doing it, so it's
well, particularly with the Mercenaries box set, you have the battlefield support rules. There's a whole spread of infantry counters, of fortification counters. I think there's a chance for that to really start to appear more on people's tables.
Yeah.
And so trying some actual minis through John, maybe that's a possibility.
Well, again, I think more likely for conventional infantry, we just have to acknowledge it's going to be a token.
Yeah.
As opposed to a miniature.
Right.
And just because we want it to look good.
Let's see another on there. Will Clan Invasion Kickstarter faction swag such as patches, pins go to the CGL storefront? We have to get it through the Kickstarter first because all of that was tied in. We re-tied it into the Mercenaries
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter.
Clan Invasion Kickstarter faction isn't that stuff already up there?
It never made it.
None of it. The coins did.
Some T-shirts maybe.
Okay.
The main problem is you have we're now up to 74 factions times 4, and they're all tiny, and it just makes it difficult to it makes it all difficult. That's the best way to say it. It's difficult to house it in the warehouse for them to figure out how to pick and pull. So we are still working on it. We want to see all of
we
that.
solved the pick and pull problem actually, and Tal just said that the Clan Invasion swag it should be restocked as part of the reprints we did for the.
Yeah, that's just what I said.
Yeah. So I just check with the guy who's actually putting him online.
Okay,
that's
awesome.
The
plan. Can Randall bring 40th anniversary hoodies to SN? That is my plan. Actually, I have a very evil plan, and my evil plan is to actually print those in Europe. So I do not have to bring them and worry about VAT or anything else. But I absolutely am hoping to show up with really cool hoodies for SN, as maybe even UK Games Expo. But we will see how that all plays out. Any more thought to a reprint of Shadow and Crossfire and/or making additional expansions?
Yes.
Presumably in the wake of Runefire now? Yes.
I want Crossfire back out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Giant yes. Mark was saying that earlier for UK Games Expo 2. Yep, absolutely. Those are all things we're working on. Let's see about... Oh, can we get a battle map of a farm field, a few scattered buildings?
Yeah, I love that
That's
idea.
a great idea.
That's a good idea.
Brent, get on that.
I'll text Brent right now.
No, that's actually cool.
Less that for my gray matter.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Then you can ask that reprint thing.
That is so funny. Yeah, all the things
The
that
last
I
one.
don't.
Let's see.
Farmland never came up.
Will there be reprints of out-of-print BattleTech tier rows and source books? We're working on it.
Yeah, I mean,
For
the slightly longer-winded version, it's really difficult.
yeah,
It is far more difficult than you would believe. In fact, we, for Shadowrun, we are doing a replica of the first edition of that rulebook, and it is insane, absolutely insane what we had to do. We had to destroy 3 different books to scan them in 3 different ways because we had to get access to the text, we had to get access to the graphics, we had to get access to the art. Yeah, when you're cracking open some of these old files that all of the old Quark or whatever they used is all corrupted, we want to keep doing it. It's just hard.
I still can't believe about the farmland. How did we miss
How
that?
did we never think about that? That's awesome.
We've produced like 50 different maps.
Yeah. No, I love that idea. More posters, mech blueprints. As a matter of fact, we are doing mech blueprints. We will have a pack of them of 4.
Be the reverse side.
I believe I've signed the PO, or I'm about to sign the PO. They should be heading to print soon and should be available by late summer.
Happy man, we're gonna do the burning farms will be on the back side of the regular farm, so like there'll be a before and after the mechs showed up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Double-sided. That's awesome.
Nice.
with the skeletons of Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen.
And Peru and Uncle Owen.
That's funny. Do we want those as a full map set, or do we want it as a BFM?
Not a BFM. I don't think.
No, that's. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Well,
map set first.
But a farmland BFM, it's pretty much all flat ground.
But that's.
But it's kind of not. It just has to be smooth.
Yeah.
So like a lot of farmlands are angled.
Not a lot of.
I think we'd want to think about that for a little bit and see, could you actually do a farmland pack that is interesting enough to warrant an entire pack
we can,
for
because if we saw that in the novel, if that silo is full of corn, you shoot a PPC into it, and you got exploding popcorn. I'm telling you.
Oh, grain silos? Oh, they're very expensive.
So there was a follow-up question about reprinting any of the old material. It would mostly be print on demand.
Yeah, absolutely. Though somebody was asking about Shattered Fortress, and that's been out of print for a while, and that they still really love that and still feels like that was kind of the lead up to.
Oh, that was the first opening stroke.
And I thought that's up.
I thought
on demand.
Well,
is it not? Well, we could do it.
Well, here's the weird thing that I had, not to throw more work on our plate, but what about like making a color hardback reprint version of it?
No.
No?
No.
Don't like that idea?
It's not that I don't like
was
that.
black and white,
As a BattleTech guy, I'll say yes to everything. But just for practicality, why would we take 2 steps back?
Because I think everyone would come out and buy it again.
It was an important moment of that. That was our last black and white book, wasn't it? That was the last black and white softcover.
Yes.
Yes.
I could actually Shattered Fortress.
Was it really?
Yeah. I could actually totally see us doing a hardback cover.
I mean,
color
you know-
version
And
of
that just, I'm sure then if we did that, then the next thing would be we need to do Air Report 3145 and
No, that is an interesting point. That
It's
it's like,
just
where do
steps
you draw
backward.
the line?
We'll discuss it.
That's an interesting idea.
Same question about
I think
Battle,
Ray's like, no, not
Battle
happening.
Troops or Advanced Battle Troops as a print on demand.
Well, let me ask you this: if I just happen to show up with all of the colored art for Shattered Fortress, would you not print it?
I'd ask,
Probably not.
where's all my new art?
Yeah, that's the. Where's all the other art that we need?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying the delay is on the art side?
Sometimes.
If you're suddenly producing art for an out of print book, yes.
Well, I don't have to wait for art notes on that.
True.
Let's see.
Wow.
Can we get Battle Troops as reprint as a print on demand? Box sets were nearly impossible to do on print on demand at this point. So, not saying we can't do it, but
What did Battle
very
Troops have in it
difficult.
that's exciting? Like,
No, it's the rigid setup box.
Yeah, what was in the box set that was like
You've got the rule books and punch
maps.
outs.
this
Punch
not
out
showing up,
maps.
not showing up in other products though? Like
Well-
do we have the infantry rule, the Battle Troops rule? Did they show up in future products like the
Battle Troop, that 20
Well,
millimeter
okay.
scale never really showed up again.
But A Time of War has the evolution of those rules in it. It's a
Sure,
technical
it's
chapter.
pretty
It's-
far removed.
It is. But same idea. It's supposed to be used with miniatures.
Yeah.
They're running amok
it's-
with the farmlands, rice paddies.
Sure, take all
That's
those
actually
photos.
a
Those
really
are great
cool idea.
ideas. Take notes, man. Why aren't you taking notes? Randall, any chance of heading to the East Coast store during the reunification tour? Ray and Aaron, we're gonna get them out sometime to hit that because they're already over there. But yes, I'm actually still hoping to hit some of that. I have the whole last
They're
half
not
of the
East
year.
Coast, they're Florida. He's Florida.
It's East
That's East
Coast.
Coast.
That is East Coast. So yes, we're gonna get Ray and Aaron out
Not
a little
Florida-
bit on
Florida's
this
own
tour,
little thing.
and then I am hoping to also get out there as well. But it'll be towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just saying, there's a mission in MechWarrior 5 where you have to defend a farm at the start. It's a flat space surrounded by hills on all sides. Yes, I know that mission well. I did the 7th Commando raid on the HPG from Wolves on the Border with the Time of War tactical roles. It worked okay, but was complex.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. Nicely done. Cool to see that being done. I like having access to paper and neoprene both. That's why we do them both, because everybody loves both of them. Randall, any chance of a novella tie-in to MechWarrior 5 Clans like you did for MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries? I believe that there are plans that are being talked about for that. They do not include me, unfortunately. I simply am too busy. I had to voluntarily slap myself to not offer to go write that, because if I'm writing that, John would come hunting for me over my Novacat novel. So I loved it. The anthology that came out of the MechWarrior 5 work, my mercenary life, I'm just so incredibly proud of that. It's great stuff. But no, I had to let that go. But I believe there is still some movement on that we still might see something along those lines. Let's see. I think ultimately there's a desire for infantry scale combat in some format, and Battle Trips is the only example we have in the IP so far. I'm not going to say never, right? We've been around and doing this long enough that
Ray seems to have a thought
who
about that.
knows, but
No, just along those lines, we would really like to. There's just a lot of other things that need to be done to set that groundwork, and it's usually easier to say no until you can say yes.
yeah, exactly. Still eagerly awaiting the Novacat book. So am I. John is already hunting you for the Novacat novel. Who? Yes, Craig. You are correct. He is in fact already hunting me for that.
Will the vehicles and the new Starlink Force packs become available in the Battlefield Support salvage boxes?
In the
No.
Currently they are all, and really the vehicles that we're putting in there very much fall into the objectives style.
Mhm.
So the objectives Battle Force pack was the vehicles that are odd and strange and don't often fit in a scenario. They fall far more into it's an objective you play. the Mobile HQ, the Long Tom, and the MASH. And so the same thing. It's the coolant truck. It's the J-27 munitions vehicle. And so we didn't feel bad putting them in there because they really are just the one cool item you put out
and
there.
it's also about I mean, salvage boxes are created out of a set. You know, so we printed all the salvage boxes alongside the big print runs. So the stuff that's coming out now, somehow shoehorning them back into the salvage box would be almost impossible. They had to show up in a future salvage box run of some type potentially.
No, that's not what he was referring to. He's
the Starleague Force Pack.
Force Pack.
Yeah.
There are vehicles in the Starleague Force Pack.
And asking if they show up in the salvage box.
Oh, did he say salvage box?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
So,
I totally misread that wrong.
Yeah, so they don't create those. They don't. They have to print at the same
You
time.
have to print them all at the same time.
So anything printing now may make a future salvage box run if they're popular enough.
Yep.
Right. Still no. There's a question for Lauren. Den of Wolves.
What's that?
Den of Wolves.
I actually sat down and had written 2.5 new chapters.
Sweet.
And
yeah.
That's I was very happy with that. Very, very, very fun chapters. And then my life kind of fell apart. So yes, Den of Wolves is going to continue. It's going to finish. Mike Stackpole and I are actually meeting here at Adepticon to talk about. We've both written about 2/3 of our storylines. We have to make sure that they match up now and aim at the same ending.
I think it's going to be worth the wait. I've been reading the chapters as they go, and I really like it.
I was very. It didn't go where I expected it to. When Natasha showed up, the first Natasha Jamie meet. Well, I guess technically, the first Natasha Jamie meeting in fiction, their second meeting overall.
Right.
I had no clue where it was going to go. It went a whole different direction than I thought it would.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm having fun with it. And it will finish. It is being worked on actively. I got derailed, but I'm going to be by myself doing it. I'll be locked in a house by myself for 2 weeks coming up here, where it's my intention to actually just write until it's done.
Great.
Because I'll have nothing else to do.
How long can the remaining Novacats hide from the Combine when they're glowing in the dark?
So they're not glowing in the dark. Those are the ones that survive.
Yeah.
So
yeah, those are the ones that escaped.
And
no, so obviously you guys all know I'm super busy. I would say that's a huge part of the excuse for no Novacat novel yet. But another part is a kind of a self-created situation where the plot threads for the Novacats and Spirit Cats span the entire Dark Age across 30 novels and then into the current timeline. And so it's proving quite difficult to both do all the research necessary as well as take all of these crazy plot threads and pull them into a novel that's going to make sense and be really cool and kind of wrap all that up in a way that'll be incredibly satisfying.
I know.
And so it's
a couple days ago
you
said you'll need to reread like 9 different.
Yeah, I have
novels.
like 9 different Dark Age novels that I really feel I must reread if I'm going to do justice to getting back into this writing. So, yeah.
I love the continued questions about the Fox Patrol on the site.
Oh, I love that the Fox Patrol has caught on. I love seeing
captures
that.
the spirit of BattleTech so well.
I love that.
That's awesome.
Someone, Jose Suarez asked, when will we see the next Karita source book? That's the Force Manual Karita, which should be third quarter, I think.
Maybe late second quarter. It's literally at the printers right now.
Yeah.
So it actually might be late second quarter that you guys will see it.
Okay.
And I'd just like to thank you all for asking about product that we actually have already finished. That's awesome.
That feels great.
There's a Shadowrun Takedown Pledge Manager. Hasn't added the minis option yet. Any timeline for that? I believe that's happening in the next 2-3 weeks maximum. We finally got all the data that we need on that. So hopefully we'll get that to you guys soon.
Actually, yes.
Well, yeah, the answer is yes.
Yeah. It said my dog is being demanding. Is this how the rest of Clan Wolf feels about Alaric?
Yes.
Alaric?
Oh, that's such a great comment. Thank you for that.
All dog owners empathize.
Yeah. Well, and I have a German Shepherd, and I love him to death, but they are so demanding. Oh, did you move? Did you move? I have to move with you. Did you move?
Will there be a team at DragonCon in Atlanta this year? I think the answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
Same as last
There
year,
was
right?
Yeah, there was last year,
Yeah.
and there will be one this year. Actually, that weekend is our crazy weekend.
3 shows. It'll be
Three shows
one
in that weekend. We are going to be at the Nova Open. We're going to be at PAX West and at DragonCon. So this will be the first time we've ever had that many shows all in one weekend.
I'm at DragonCon every year.
I want DragonCon.
You can go.
I love DragonCon.
It was,
It's such a
it
great
was
show.
a fun show.
I haven't been in a long time, but I had a lot of
I
fun
love
when I
when
went.
you took me just to see the look on my face when I walked in there because I had no idea what I was walking into.
No, nobody has
Especially
any.
you saw the Gray Lady.
Oh man.
There's no.
Scrubbing like
There is no
regulation.
way to prep
Unsee
yourself
that.
for DragonCon. I would agree.
No.
How long are we going, by the way? We could just talk all night. I know.
12 more
Forever,
minutes.
I think.
Oh, 12 more minutes?
I say 8.
To 8 o'clock?
Sure.
That sounds good to me.
More questions?
Anything new you hadn't talked about yet?
Anything new you haven't talked about yet? Tomorrow.
You don't want me answering that question. I'll let something.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
We've had a game in the works called BattleTech Command for many years now. It is in the same design space as like Command and Colors, Battle of Westeros, or Memoir 44. Jim Long, as in the author of the Blackthorns novels, was the creator of that. And that got stopped for a variety of reasons. That is now full steam ahead. And he and I will be playing that tomorrow night on this live stream at, I believe, 5 p.m. So we'll be able to show that off and answer questions. So that's one of the things that I'm really excited to finally see that get moving again.
Dude, I didn't know Jim was coming. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
he's here.
He's here.
It's awesome.
I'm going with Planning 24. These military stratagems must not be divulged beforehand.
There you go. Perfect.
Each of you, if you could have added one more vehicle to the Mercs Kickstarter, which would it be? I don't know. We added so many vehicles to the Kickstarter.
Hover bikes.
No, I would have gone late Clan Invasion and done something like the Fulcrum. That hover with that Gauss is just so ridiculously fun. Or something like the one of the VTOLs. One of the late like 3058 VTOLs would have been really cool to add.
I will admit I've been a little torn on the VTOLs just because I don't think a lot of those early VTOL designs really aged well.
Yeah.
And I would love to see Anthony's team overhaul some of those VTOLs.
Yeah,
I think that'd
absolutely.
be amazing.
Yeah, unfortunately, the vehicles I wanted all got in there.
Yeah.
So,
We got so many vehicles in this.
some of the best ones. I mean,
absolutely.
The biggest staples are the best ones. Even the one that got outed, the surprise one that got outed.
Savannah Master.
Savannah Master. So
Did we get the striker in there?
Yeah.
Did
Absolutely.
we get the striker?
Yep.
Wait.
Absolutely.
It's been redesigned. We got the 3D model because I know we asked for it for this.
Will we be getting a map scale?
Really? Not? Well,
I don't know if it made the production list, but we had it done.
Exactly.
Will we be getting a map scale Leopard dropship in the future? Yes.
Yes.
That's a very easy. In the future, yes.
We're not saying when in the future, but yes, we will absolutely be having that.
Actually, I hope.
And it will be a redesigned Leopard.
I hope to actually get it into design right as soon as we can get the Union and Overlords out to the market, because that'll tell me
Did it
how
say map scale or map scale?
map scale.
Yeah.
Because that'll tell me how well those are being received.
No, we did not.
That's true.
That's
no,
my
you're
answer.
absolutely right. That's yours.
It's my
Got
intention
it.
to
Nice.
come out there and
Nice
just
call.
all I need to know is how well their drops are being received, so I know
Nice
how many
call.
we can potentially print on the next set.
Let's see. Where's another one? We actually, I have so many industrial mechs, and I want more. We have actually discussed a themed pack of industrial mechs. It wasn't on the. It wasn't on that list that we shared, but as we've said, I think every one of those will eventually see the light of day. Might not necessarily be in that order. There might be
Right.
some surprises. And absolutely, we might reach a storyline or whatever it might be where we're like, wow, this would be great to have
Solara 7
a
back with
force
Arena.
pack. Yeah, something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good options in there.
Dropship carrying case would be dope.
Yeah, we've discussed that too.
I cannot comment.
Let's see. Yeah, I think we're kind of caught up. So
Oh,
we're getting.
regulator hover tank. That is a good one.
Oh, it's a fantastic
That is
one.
a good one. I have to
So
admit.
good.
Cannons.
Yeah, so good. So we're getting down to about 8 minutes now. If anybody has any last questions,
What's a silly force pack you'd like to make? That's a good idea. We should.
what's a
Well,
silly
that goes to the
force
Ice
pack?
Knights. Honestly, I would love to see like an
I mean,
an early Dark
does-
Age era.
does the lamb not count? I mean,
Oh, it absolutely can.
that's what like I got the one I wanted. So
So on the urban.
No,
mix,
this is like some of the remember the Raptors that were actually like dinosaurs with missile packs on them. Like,
yeah,
like a silly force pack we could create like this is not almost even not playable, like sort of fun.
Critter
What
Tech.
fun?
Critter
What's that?
Tech.
yeah, a Critter Tech.
Critter Tech. That could be.
no, the lamb is a serious pack.
That's right.
Nope.
I would have liked a gallant urban assault vehicle in the Mercenaries Kickstarter. Nice. There's some great suggestions. And, oh yeah, the JES missile carrier. Oof, that's a beast.
Yep. That's. I think that's on the list somewhere.
It
We
might
had discussed
be.
it.
It might be. We certainly discussed it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Leviathan's Randall versus Lauren. Who wins and with what factions? Who's writing the story?
In Leviathans?
Who's writing the?
I mean,
who's writing the
I'm
novel?
gonna win because I don't think Lauren even knows how to play anymore.
That's a good point.
Hurtful.
But your dice suck, dude.
they do suck so much.
Oh, Scimitar.
And let's be clear, Bryn beats the pants off of both of us. Thoughts on a small pack baggie of cheap mech scale scatter train like cars and stuff? Oh,
That's a cool idea.
yeah, that is a cool idea.
I'll add that to the farmland.
Yeah, add that to the farmland. Any plans for a third Comstar box that includes things like the Champion or Worm?
Wyvern.
Or Wyvern, excuse me. Maybe.
We have enough of the 2750 mechs.
Yeah,
to
we
fill
could
up
do a
one more
pack. Yeah,
We've done it. We've done the 2 Comstar boxes, right?
correct.
Yeah. Probably not bad to put it
And,
in on the list.
you know, like I said, some of these suddenly they might appear in the next 2 years just because the story lends itself to that. Except when his beard is on the line, then he bombs. Oh, yes, you
Oh,
watched that too?
man.
That was so good when I beat him and he had to shave. The best part is he had the game in the bag, and then the Bills curse, and his dice betrayed him at the last. And he had
Did
to
you touch
shave.
it?
It was
You
awesome.
touched his dice, didn't you?
Probably. Breathed on him. Yeah.
Got 5 minutes.
Down to 5 minutes. If any last questions you want.
This is where we get stupid and say things we shouldn't.
You bet, Tony.
Wait, is that your buddy Tony?
I have no idea. Yes, I have a friend from high school that I still talk to almost every month called Tony.
Shrapnel Minis Force Pack. What would that even look like?
I'm
not
not sure what he's asking there.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
A force pack based on mechs that show up in shrapnel stories?
Can we print shrapnel that are to scale with mechs?
What's that?
Can we get shrapnel copies to scale with mechs? We'll do a pack of that.
I mean, sure. It's right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like with Ant-Man, was it an empty base?
Fox
Yeah.
Patrol dice. We are absolutely talking about perhaps doing some merch for Fox Patrol.
Can you make it to Australia one day?
I want to go.
We actually
Yes.
sent a scout team there to PAX Australia last year, and we're looking at trying to get
there
crew there with
this
with
year.
the booth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're on their way. Actually, I think we heard we're getting off the waiting list. We're going to get a booth.
Really?
Can
That's
we
my last thing I heard. Yeah.
reprint 25 years of art and fiction?
I mean, I guess.
I don't know what the demand would be, but
Yeah.
Reprint.
I've heard some people asking about it.
Lauren, what's
the
the
40
biggest?
years of art and fiction.
No,
might
you're
be
not
good.
supposed to read that one.
What's the biggest unannounced thing that you
No,
can announce?
No.
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 Actually, you can talk about anything but that one thing.
The big G.
You cannot talk about that, sir.
The
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. You can talk about anything else.
The thing that opens.
Anything else you want, just not that one.
The tall one.
Now, I'm talking about two different things. There's the big G, and then there's the thing that opens up. Which one can I announce?
I was thinking the big A.
No, the big G you cannot announce.
I can't announce that one.
No.
Okay.
No, siree.
So I can talk about the Commander's case.
Sure.
All right.
Cool.
So we got a really cool support product that I was really excited to be part of. What's it actually called? Actually,
Field Commanders.
Field Commanders.
Field Commanders kit, I think, right? Or
case?
Field Commanders case.
Field
That's what it
Commander's
is.
case. It is rather than carry around a huge chest full of like every mini you own, which if you want to do that, please feel free. But if you just want to like have a grab and go kit, the idea is to have a kit that'll hold a company or so of mechs, some dice, a couple rule books, some record sheets. So it's just a grab and go kit for an average night of BattleTech gaming. Field Commander's case. It'll be out Gen Con maybe.
Maybe third quarter, probably certainly, but maybe Gen Con.
And it's got a really cool. It's a really cool. I don't want to call it a trapper key, but it's a really cool case with some ability to customize with Velcro patches and all sorts of stuff.
So what they can't talk about is big. Means we'll get the life-sized urban mech in retail confirmed.
Yeah. Big G for giant urban mech.
Yes.
However, how's the idea for translation of German fiction coming along, or getting the games into German?
Yeah.
That is all you, sir.
Well, we convert them to.
Of
We
the
started
German
converting
only.
them into English.
I think it's about German fiction that we want to bring back.
Yeah,
over
but
here.
I'm immediately pushing my agenda of when are they going to get localized German?
That's a good question. I like that question.
We need some good
should
localized
answer
Germans that can do that.
Well, it's fiction. That's John's
We
problem.
have that.
Yeah.
That's like a John problem to me.
No,
It's fiction.
that's no game.
What?
It is fiction.
That's what he said. I'm saying, when's the game going to get
You're
there?
Well,
answering
you see,
questions.
you
I'm
can't
asking
cross
you.
the streams like
Yes,
that.
I
man.
can cross the streams. I thought you said crossing the streams was bad.
Big Marauder model. Yes, the actually
The
I want to
Destiny scale.
I want to see more Destiny scale because that
So
was
do we.
fun.
There's a lot of
that was fun.
Let's talk about that.
So do we. I
Yeah.
want to see
Let's
that more.
Let's talk about
Well,
that.
plus we never got to actually
this
we showed it at some of the Krensky cons, the small stuff.
Yeah.
We need to get us some Destiny scale pieces out to stores for the fans.
I'd
Right.
love that.
So
Yeah, that's
But-
what that's for.
yeah.
And you can't just have one.
No,
I think we need 5.
you can't blow up just one. You got to blow up. You got to blow up more.
Tuck
than one.
Davian did a short YouTube on the case earlier
I
in
looked
the
at
week.
the light,
Okay, good.
Egon.
Right, we had it. We had a sample at
We did?
KrenskyCon.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
showed it.
So it's
Okay.
out there.
So it is 8:00. We're going to go ahead and cut right on time for once. Thank
You're
you.
so punctual.
I know, right? That's unusual for us.
What time is the problem? Starting on time.
Yeah.
Right. So we are incredibly grateful for everyone who's been here for this first day of Adepticon. We have 3 more days of this live stream coming. A lot more actual plays, Q&As, panels. Thank you so much for everyone that has been here, and we look forward to talking and seeing all of you tomorrow.
And if commands are habitually enforced, the Army will be well disciplined. If not, its discipline will be bad.
He's going to be reading that the whole weekend.
The Army
night,
War
everybody.
Battle style. Is there actually, do we have a camera?